Most people don't realize that anxiety isn't loud during the day. It waits for the quiet. When the messages stop, when the distractions fade, when there's nothing left to scroll or fix or respond to, it rises. Not as chaos, but as a quiet pressure in the chest, a restlessness in the mind, a feeling that something is wrong even when nothing is happening. Not because life is collapsing, but because your mind never learned how to feel safe without movement. You were taught how to prepare for danger, not how to recognize peace. Taught how to think ahead, plan ahead, worry ahead, as if tension were the price of survival. But anxiety isn't strength. It's the body trying to protect you from threats that aren't here anymore. Old alarms still ringing in empty rooms, and the more you try to silence them by force, the louder they echo. The Stoics understood something most people never hear. Anxiety doesn't come from events. It comes from the stories we attach to them, from trying to control what was never ours to hold, from believing every thought deserves attention. They taught that the root of anxiety is not the future, not the past, not other people, but the habit of resisting reality as it is right now. And once you stop resisting, something unexpected happens. The mind loosens, the breath deepens. The storm realizes it has nothing left to push against. Tonight is not about fighting anxiety, not about conquering it, not about becoming someone new. It's about returning to the part of you that was never anxious to begin with, the part that exists underneath the noise, the part that knows how to be still without fear. For the next 4 hours, you don't have to solve your life. You don't have to figure anything out. You don't have to carry tomorrow on your shoulders. This is time to set the weight down. Time to let the mind rest from protecting you. Time to remember what calm feels like when you stop chasing it. 4 hours of Stoic wisdom to end anxiety at the root. And as the mind begins to loosen its grip, something else quietly comes into view. Not another problem to solve, not another fear to wrestle with, but a pattern that was always there, hiding in plain sight. The realization that what exhausts you is not life itself, but the constant attempt to predict it. The endless scanning of tomorrow as if danger were guaranteed to arrive. This is where the deeper work begins. Not calming the surface of the mind, but understanding the habit that keeps disturbing it. There is a strange comfort in trying to predict everything. The mind tells itself that if it can just stay one step ahead, it can prevent pain before it happens. So it rehearses conversations that may never occur. It imagines outcomes that haven't formed. It searches for signs of trouble in neutral situations. What feels like preparation is often just repetition. The same fears replayed with slightly different details. Anxiety feeds on this rehearsal. It grows stronger every time the mind treats a possibility as if it were already real. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed most suffering comes not from events, but from the anticipation of events. The body reacts as if danger is present, even when the room is quiet. Heart rate rises, muscles tighten, breathing becomes shallow. Yet nothing is happening except a thought passing through the mind. The body does not know the difference between an actual threat and a vividly imagined one, so it prepares for battle that never arrives, again and again, until exhaustion becomes normal. This is why anxiety feels so convincing. It borrows the language of urgency. It whispers that worry is responsibility, that fear is awareness, that tension is control. But prediction is not control. It is a loop with no finish line. Every answer creates a new question. Every scenario leads to another. The future becomes a maze the mind keeps walking through, hoping to find an exit that does not exist. What breaks this cycle is not forcing the mind to stop thinking, but seeing the pattern clearly. When you notice that anxiety is trying to simulate reality instead of experiencing it, something shifts. The present moment starts to feel different. Sounds become clearer. The body softens slightly. Attention moves from what might happen to what is actually here. The Stoics called this returning to what is within your control, not the future, not the past, not other people's reactions, but your awareness right now. There is a quiet power in refusing to predict. It does not mean becoming careless or indifferent. It means trusting that you can meet life as it unfolds instead of trying to outpace it. The mind slowly learns that it does not have to run ahead to stay safe. Safety comes from stability, not speed, from presence, not projection. Many people spend years believing their anxiety comes from a fragile world when it actually comes from a restless mind trying to outrun uncertainty. But uncertainty is not an enemy. It is the natural state of being alive. The Stoics practiced welcoming it because they understood that trying to eliminate uncertainty only multiplies fear. When you stop demanding guarantees from life, the pressure to anticipate everything begins to dissolve. Another hidden truth is that prediction steals energy from the present. It pulls attention away from simple experiences that could restore you. Breathing deeply, feeling the weight of your body against the chair, noticing the quiet around you. These moments seem small, but they are where the nervous system resets. When the mind is busy forecasting disasters, it misses the signals of safety that are already here. Over time, the practice becomes simple. Each time the mind rushes forward, gently return to what is real, not as punishment, not as discipline, but as relief. The present does not demand answers. It only asks for attention. And in that attention, anxiety has less space to grow because it depends on distance from reality to survive. The realization that anxiety is a prediction addiction changes how you relate to your thoughts. They stop feeling like warnings and start revealing themselves as habits. Habits can be unlearned. The more you see through the illusion that thinking ahead will protect you, the less urgency those thoughts carry. They pass through like clouds instead of gathering into storms. What remains is a quieter mind that responds instead of rehearses, a mind that allows tomorrow to arrive on its own terms. The Stoics believed peace comes from aligning with the nature of life, not resisting it. Life unfolds one moment at a time, not in the 1,000 versions the mind invents. When you begin to live at that pace, anxiety loses its fuel. And in that space, not empty but calm, something unexpected appears. A sense that you were never meant to carry the future before it arrives. That the strength you were searching for was not in preparing for everything, but in trusting your ability to face whatever comes. And once it becomes clear that anxiety feeds on prediction, a deeper question rises on its own. If the mind keeps suffering because it keeps reaching forward, then what is it really reaching for? Not the future itself, but a certain kind of future. A future that behaves. A future that cooperates. A future that finally proves the fear was unnecessary. Most people don't just think about tomorrow. They secretly demand that tomorrow should feel safe, should feel fair, should feel certain, should feel controlled. And that demand becomes a leash around the mind. This is where the Stoic shift becomes almost shocking. The answer is not to predict better. The answer is to want less from what hasn't arrived. A quiet truth sits underneath most anxiety. The mind is not only afraid of bad outcomes, It is attached to good outcomes. It is attached to the version of life where everything goes to plan, where people act right, where health stays steady, where money is stable, where the message you send gets the response you want, where effort guarantees reward. And when reality refuses to promise any of that, the mind panics. Not because it is weak, but because it built its peace on a deal life never signed. Training yourself to want nothing from the future does not mean you stop caring about your life. It means you stop using outcomes as the condition for your peace. It means you stop saying, "I'll relax when," because that sentence has no end. The future will always offer a new when. Anxiety survives inside that bargain. It tells you peace is something you earn later, once everything is secured. But life does not become secure. It only becomes real, one day at a time. The Stoics did not try to make life predictable. They tried to make themselves steady. They understood that the future is not a possession. You cannot hold it. You can only meet it. So instead of building desire around what must happen, they trained desire around what they could bring to whatever happens. A clean intention, a calm response, a prepared character. This is the foundation that does not crack when the world shifts. Wanting nothing from the future is not cold, it is freeing. Most people hear it and think it sounds like giving up, but it is the opposite. It is the decision to stop begging time for mercy. It is the choice to stop putting your heart on layaway, waiting for a date that might never come. It is the decision to live now with full awareness, without demanding that life be easier first. This practice begins with noticing how often the mind reaches forward for emotional payment. It wants reassurance. It wants certainty. It wants a guarantee that the effort will be worth it. It wants proof that people will not disappoint you. It wants a future that protects you from feeling pain. And when it cannot get these guarantees, it starts producing fear as a substitute. Fear feels like action. Worry feels like control. But it is only a hunger that cannot be fed. So the training is simple, but not easy. When the mind says, "I need this to happen," you soften the grip and replace it with something stronger. "I prefer it, but I don't require it to be okay." That sentence is not weakness. It is strength with calm breath in it. It is the point where you stop being emotionally held hostage by outcomes. You can still work hard, you can still care, you can still aim, but you no longer attach your inner stability to what the world decides to do. This changes the way you move through life. You stop walking around with your nervous system begging for signs. You stop checking the future like a scoreboard. You stop interpreting every delay as disaster. You stop treating uncertainty as a personal threat, because the future no longer has to prove anything for you to breathe. A powerful part of this practice is learning to separate planning from clinging. Planning is wise. Clinging is suffering. Planning says, "Here is what I will do." Clinging says, "Life must reward me for doing it." Planning focuses on action. Clinging focuses on outcome. The Stoics planned like strategists, then released like monks. They acted with full effort and let go of the result without bitterness. That is what makes the mind quiet, not laziness, not denial, but clean effort with empty hands. When you want nothing from the future, you also stop demanding that you must become a certain version of yourself by a certain time. So much anxiety is not fear of tomorrow's events, but fear of tomorrow's judgment. The judgment that you are behind, the judgment that you wasted time, the judgment that you did not become who you were supposed to be. These thoughts make the future feel like a courtroom. Stoicism dismantles that courtroom by changing the standard. The standard is no longer, did life go my way? It becomes, did I act with wisdom today? And that standard is always available. This training also softens disappointment. Disappointment is not just sadness. It is desire colliding with reality. The bigger the demand, the harder the collision. When you reduce the demand, the collision becomes smaller. Pain may still arrive, but it does not come with the extra suffering of, this should not be happening. You meet hardship like weather, not like betrayal. You adjust, you move, you remain. Over time, something changes in the body. The chest loosens, the jaw unclenches, sleep becomes deeper. Not because life became perfect, but because you stopped asking life to be perfect before you allow yourself to rest. And in that rest, a new kind of confidence appears. Not the loud confidence of certainty, but the quiet confidence of adaptability. The future no longer feels like a monster you must tame. It feels like a road you can walk, one step at a time, without needing the map to promise safety. When you train yourself to want nothing from the future, you don't lose ambition. You lose fear's favorite weapon, attachment. And without attachment, anxiety has nothing solid to hold on to. And when the grip on the future begins to loosen, another hidden habit reveals itself. A quieter one, but just as exhausting. The mind doesn't only demand certain outcomes, it also tries to bargain with events that don't even exist yet. As if somewhere ahead, life is waiting at a table, ready to make deals. If this goes wrong, then I'll do this. If that happens, I'll say that. If they react badly, I'll prepare for it now. It feels responsible, even wise. But beneath it is the same restless need to control what cannot be touched yet. There is a particular kind of fatigue that comes from arguing with imaginary situations. The body sits still, but inside, entire conversations are happening. Apologies are rehearsed, defenses are built, explanations are perfected. The mind tries to secure a future victory in a conflict that may never arrive. Hours pass this way, energy drained by scenarios that dissolve the moment real life continues on its ordinary path. The Stoics warned against this invisible drain. They understood that the mind can create suffering without any help from the world. When you negotiate with events that haven't happened, you place yourself in a game where the rules keep changing. There is no final agreement, no moment where the mind says, enough, we are safe now. Because safety was never the goal. Control was. And control over the unknown is a contract that can never be fulfilled. Most of this negotiation comes from fear of being unprepared. The mind believes that if it can just think through every angle, it can prevent embarrassment, rejection, loss, or pain. But life does not unfold according to rehearsals. Real moments carry details you cannot predict. Tone of voice, timing, unexpected kindness, sudden changes. Preparation can be useful, but mental bargaining goes beyond preparation. It becomes a loop where the mind keeps editing the script, searching for a version where nothing hurts. What actually brings peace is not winning those imaginary negotiations, but stepping away from the table entirely. Recognizing that you do not need to pre-live experiences to survive them. The Stoics trained themselves to face reality as it arrived, not as it was feared. They trusted their character more than their predictions. Instead of asking, what if this goes wrong? They asked, will I meet it with reason and dignity if it does? That shift moves attention from outcomes to inner stability. There is also a quiet arrogance hidden in mental negotiation, the assumption that you must be ready for everything, that mistakes are unacceptable, that discomfort is failure. But being human means sometimes responding imperfectly, learning in motion, adjusting as you go. When you allow that truth, the pressure to negotiate every possibility begins to dissolve. You realize you don't need a flawless performance to be okay. Another layer of this habit comes from the desire to protect identity. The mind negotiates to preserve how it wants to be seen: competent, respected, liked, secure. It tries to eliminate any scenario that could threaten that image. But the Stoics practiced something different. They trained themselves to be indifferent to reputation compared to integrity. If you act according to your values, the outcome no longer defines you. This frees the mind from endless bargaining over how things might look. Ending this habit also requires learning to tolerate uncertainty without rushing to fill it with plans. Uncertainty feels like an empty space, and the mind hates empty spaces, so it fills them with speculation. But that emptiness is not danger, it is openness. It is where real life enters. When you stop negotiating, you begin to experience moments directly instead of filtering them through imagined defenses. Practical change starts small. The next time you notice the mind drafting speeches for a conversation that hasn't happened, gently return to what is actually in front of you: the chair beneath you, the sound in the room, the steady rhythm of your breathing. This is not avoidance, it is grounding. It reminds the nervous system that there is no immediate threat, only a thought trying to create one. Over time, the mind learns a new pattern. Instead of rehearsing endlessly, it waits. Instead of bargaining, it observes. Instead of assuming disaster, it allows reality to speak for itself. And often, reality is far less dramatic than the mind predicted. A surprising side effect of abandoning mental negotiation is clarity. Without all those imaginary arguments clouding perception, you respond more naturally. Your words become simpler, your reactions become calmer. You are no longer carrying the weight of outcomes that don't exist yet. This makes you more present, more attentive, more capable, not less prepared, but differently prepared. In the end, peace comes from trusting your ability to meet life, not from trying to prearrange it. The Stoics believed that strength is not shown by how many disasters you anticipate, but by how steadily you stand when something actually happens. And most of the time, what happens is manageable, fleeting, survivable. When you stop negotiating with the future, you reclaim the energy that was being spent on imaginary battles. That energy returns to the present, where it can be used to live, to notice, to rest. The mind becomes quieter, not because problems vanished, but because it stopped inventing them ahead of time. And in that quiet, you begin to feel something rare. A sense that you are allowed to experience life as it unfolds, without preconditions, without contracts, without the exhausting need to secure tomorrow before it arrives. And when the mind no longer wastes itself negotiating with shadows of the future, a different kind of strength begins to form. Not the strength of resistance, not the strength of control, but the strength of quiet readiness. Because deep down, anxiety is not only fear of events, it is fear of how those events will make you feel. The fear of the surge in the chest, the sinking in the stomach, the loss of composure, the moment where emotions seem stronger than reason. So the mind tries to block pain before it arrives. It braces against feelings that have not even knocked on the door yet. There is a softer way the Stoics practiced, something almost invisible from the outside. Instead of trying to avoid emotional discomfort, They trained themselves to allow it in advance, not to welcome suffering, but to remove the shock when it appears. They understood that much of what hurts is not the emotion itself, but the resistance to it, the internal protest that says, "This should not be happening to me." Emotional pre-acceptance means making peace with the fact that you will feel things deeply at times. That disappointment will visit, that loss will leave marks, that uncertainty will sometimes shake you. But instead of treating these experiences as violations, you begin to see them as part of the contract of being alive. When the mind stops demanding immunity from pain, pain loses its ability to terrify. Most anxiety comes from trying to outrun feelings rather than learning how to carry them. The Stoics believed emotions are like weather passing through the body. You cannot stop the rain from forming, but you can learn that you are not the storm itself. When sadness appears, it is not the end of stability. When fear arises, it is not proof of weakness. These sensations move, change, fade. The danger comes from gripping them, analyzing them, or trying to erase them immediately. Pre-acceptance dissolves the element of surprise. If you already understand that difficult emotions are part of life, then when they come, the mind does not spiral into panic. It does not add extra suffering by asking why this is happening. It simply notices, breathes, and stays present. This is not numbness. It is clarity without resistance. There is also a deep relief in knowing you do not have to perform strength all the time. Much of modern anxiety comes from the pressure to always be composed, always positive, always in control. But the Stoics did not aim to become emotionless statues. They aimed to become steady observers of their inner world. They allowed themselves to feel fully without letting feelings dictate their actions. Training this practice begins with small moments. When irritation rises, instead of pushing it away or feeding it with thoughts, you simply acknowledge it. When disappointment appears, you allow the heaviness without turning it into a story about failure. When uncertainty tightens the chest, you soften the body instead of bracing harder. These are quiet acts of courage. They teach the nervous system that emotions can pass through without causing collapse. Another important shift is letting go of the idea that certain emotions are unacceptable. Many people carry hidden shame about feeling anxious, sad, or afraid. They believe these feelings mean something is wrong with them, but the Stoics saw emotions as signals, not verdicts. Signals that attention is needed, that something matters, that the heart is still engaged with life. When you stop judging your own feelings, they lose much of their intensity. Pre-acceptance also changes how you view future challenges. Instead of hoping nothing difficult will happen, you begin to trust that you can handle what does. This is a quiet confidence, not based on certainty, but on resilience. You stop asking life to be gentle and start strengthening your ability to remain steady even when it isn't. There is a paradox in this practice. When you stop trying to protect yourself from emotional pain, you actually suffer less. Resistance amplifies discomfort, while acceptance allows it to move through naturally. Like a muscle that relaxes once it stops fighting tension, the mind softens when it no longer feels under attack. Over time, this creates a deeper sense of safety than avoidance ever could. Safety is no longer defined as the absence of difficulty, but as the presence of inner stability. You begin to feel anchored, not because life became predictable, but because you are no longer terrified of your own reactions. The Stoics often reflected on impermanence to support this mindset. They reminded themselves that every emotion, no matter how intense, has a lifespan. Nothing remains at its peak forever. Even grief changes shape. Even fear loses momentum. Knowing this allows you to endure moments that once felt unbearable. As this understanding settles in, anxiety starts to lose one of its strongest weapons, the fear of feeling. Without that fear, there is less urgency to control everything, less need to predict, less temptation to negotiate with the future. You become more willing to experience life as it unfolds, including the parts that stretch you. And in that willingness, a quiet freedom appears. The freedom of knowing that no emotion, no matter how heavy, has the power to define you unless you resist it. You are not fragile glass waiting to shatter. You are something steadier, something capable of bending without breaking. This is the Stoic practice of emotional pre-acceptance, not a shield against pain, but a way of standing calmly when pain arrives, knowing it will not stay forever. Knowing that you do not need to close your heart to protect your peace. Knowing that true calm is not the absence of feeling, but the absence of fear toward feeling itself. And as the fear of emotions begins to soften, another layer of anxiety quietly reveals itself. Not fear of pain, not fear of events, but fear of not knowing. The need for guarantees, the need for clear answers, the need for proof that everything will be okay before allowing yourself to relax. Most people don't realize how much of their tension comes from this silent demand. They are not waiting for safety, they are waiting for certainty. From a young age, you are taught that security comes from planning, from predicting, from making sure nothing unexpected happens. So the mind keeps searching for stable ground ahead. It checks for signs, analyzes risks, calculates outcomes. It wants reassurance that tomorrow will behave. But life does not offer that kind of contract. It moves in ways that cannot be fully mapped. And when the mind cannot secure certainty, it creates tension as a substitute. The Stoics saw certainty as a fragile illusion. They understood that the world has always been uncertain, even when it appeared calm. Empires fell overnight. Fortunes vanished. Health changed without warning. Yet they also noticed something important. People were still capable of living with dignity and peace in the middle of that unpredictability. The key was shifting where safety came from. Safety does not have to come from knowing what will happen. It can come from knowing you will meet whatever happens with steadiness. This changes everything. Instead of scanning the horizon for threats, you begin strengthening the ground beneath your feet. You trust your character more than your forecasts. You trust your ability to adapt rather than your ability to predict. Learning to feel safe without certainty is not about becoming careless. It is about becoming anchored. An anchored person does not panic when the waters move. They adjust, breathe, and stay present. The Stoics trained themselves to return to what they could control: their actions, their judgments, their response in the moment. Everything else became background noise instead of a source of fear. A powerful part of this practice is recognizing how uncertainty triggers the imagination. When the future is unclear, the mind fills the space with worst-case scenarios. It prefers a negative certainty over a neutral unknown. But these imagined disasters are not reality. They are guesses colored by fear. When you stop treating them as warnings and start seeing them as mental habits, the body begins to relax. Another shift comes from allowing questions to exist without rushing to answer them. Not every uncertainty needs resolution right away. Some things reveal themselves only with time. The Stoics practiced patience with the unknown. They accepted that clarity often arrives after action, not before it. This patience creates room for calm where urgency once lived. You may notice that when certainty is absent, the body feels exposed, as if something important is missing. But what is actually missing is the illusion of control. Once you see that control was never guaranteed, the pressure to maintain it fades. You stop gripping life so tightly. You allow events to unfold without interpreting every change as danger. There is also a hidden freedom in uncertainty. When the future is not fixed, possibility exists. Paths can open that were not planned. Strength can appear that was never tested before. The Stoics did not view uncertainty as an enemy, but as a natural condition of existence. It kept them humble, alert, and adaptable. It reminded them that life is experienced, not engineered. Practicing this mindset in daily life can be simple. When you catch yourself searching for reassurance, pause and return to the present moment. Notice what is actually here instead of what might be. The steady rhythm of your breath, the quiet of the room, the weight of your body supported by the ground. These sensations remind the nervous system that safety can exist without answers. Over time, the mind learns a new definition of peace. Peace is no longer the absence of unknowns. It is the absence of panic about unknowns. You begin to trust that you do not need a preview of tomorrow to live today. You become less reactive, less hurried, less drained by the need to secure what cannot be secured. This practice also softens your relationship with mistakes. Certainty often promises that if you plan perfectly, nothing will go wrong. But life includes missteps. Learning to feel safe without certainty means accepting that errors are part of growth, not signs of failure. The Stoics treated setbacks as training, not punishment. Each challenge became proof that resilience was developing. As this perspective deepens, anxiety loses one of its main engines. It cannot feed on uncertainty if uncertainty no longer feels threatening. The mind stops chasing guarantees and starts resting in capability. You realize that calm was never waiting at the end of perfect knowledge. It was waiting in the acceptance of not knowing. And in that acceptance, something gentle appears, a quiet confidence that you can walk forward even when the path is unclear. Not because you see every step ahead, but because you trust your ability to take the next one. The Stoics believed this was true courage, not the absence of fear, but the willingness to move without certainty. When you learn to feel safe without certainty, the future stops feeling like a looming test. It becomes simply the next part of the journey, arriving in its own time. And you, steady and awake, meet it as you are, without needing promises from a world that was never meant to provide them. And as you begin to feel steadier without needing certainty, another quiet pressure starts to loosen its hold. The pressure to be prepared for everything, to anticipate every problem before it appears, to rehearse responses so nothing catches you off guard. Most anxiety hides inside this habit. Not the fear that something will happen, but the fear of being unready when it does. From early on, you were praised for being responsible, for thinking ahead, for staying alert. Somewhere along the way, readiness became tied to survival. The mind learned that if it relaxed, something would slip through the cracks. So it stayed tense. It scanned constantly. It tried to outrun surprise. But this constant preparation came at a cost. The body never received the signal that it was safe to rest. The Stoics understood that life cannot be mastered through endless readiness. They believed that strength does not come from anticipating every challenge, but from cultivating the ability to respond when the challenge actually arrives. There is a profound difference between preparation and hypervigilance. Preparation happens in moments of clarity and then releases. Hypervigilance never stops. It keeps the nervous system in a permanent state of alarm. When you stop trying to be ready for everything, the body finally exits that state of emergency. Muscles soften. Breathing deepens. Thoughts slow down. Anxiety dissolves because its fuel, the constant scanning for threats, is no longer being supplied. The mind realizes it does not need to patrol every possible future to remain safe. Another hidden truth is that readiness often creates the very tension it hopes to prevent. The more you rehearse worst-case scenarios, the more real they feel. The brain begins to treat imagination as evidence. Stress hormones rise, sleep becomes shallow. The present moment fades into the background because attention is locked on what might go wrong. This is why trying to be ready all the time makes anxiety stronger, not weaker. The Stoic approach was almost radical in its simplicity. They trained themselves to prepare their character instead of preparing for specific events. They focused on becoming calm, rational, and resilient, trusting that these qualities would serve them no matter what happened. Instead of saying, "I must foresee everything," they said, "I will meet whatever comes with composure." This shift removes the impossible burden of prediction and replaces it with inner stability. There is also relief in accepting that surprise is part of life's design. No amount of planning eliminates uncertainty. Even the most organized life contains unexpected turns. When you stop treating surprise as failure, it becomes less threatening. You learn that being caught off guard does not mean you are incapable. It simply means you are human, living in a world that moves on its own terms. This practice changes how you approach daily life. Instead of waking up already braced for impact, you allow the day to unfold. You respond instead of pre-reacting. Conversations feel lighter because you are not rehearsing them in advance. Decisions become clearer because they are based on reality, not speculation. Energy that was once spent on preparation becomes available for presence. Another important realization is that readiness often masks fear of vulnerability. If you are always prepared, you believe you will never be exposed. But true confidence includes the willingness to face moments of uncertainty without armor. The Stoics did not aim to become invincible. They aimed to become adaptable. Adaptability requires openness, not rigidity. You may also notice that when you stop trying to be ready, creativity returns. The mind becomes more flexible. Solutions appear in real time because attention is no longer trapped in rehearsals. Many problems are easier to handle in the moment than in imagination, where they grow larger and more complicated than they truly are. Learning to release readiness does not mean abandoning responsibility. It means recognizing that constant tension is not the same as competence. Calm minds make better decisions than anxious ones. Clear awareness responds more effectively than frantic preparation. When you trust this, the need to stay on edge begins to fade. Over time, anxiety loses its sense of urgency. Without the command to stay ready, thoughts slow down. The body receives permission to rest. Sleep becomes deeper because the mind is no longer keeping watch through the night. Even challenges feel different when they arise. They are met with grounded attention instead of panic. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning with the natural rhythm of life, acting when action is needed, resting when rest is possible. Trying to be ready at all times disrupts that rhythm. Letting go restores it. You begin to move with life instead of against it. And in that movement, a quiet confidence appears. The confidence that you do not need to foresee every storm to survive one, that your strength is not in prediction, but in presence, that calm is not something you earn after securing the future, but something you allow when you stop chasing control. When you stop trying to be ready for everything, anxiety has nothing left to organize itself around. It fades not because life became predictable, but because you no longer require it to be. What remains is a steadiness that does not depend on knowing what comes next, only on trusting that you will meet it when it arrives. And as the need to stay ready begins to fade, another tension quietly surfaces. The tension between how you planned life to go and how life actually unfolds. Most anxiety does not come from chaos itself, but from the collision between expectation and reality. You map out your days, your goals, your timelines, believing that structure will protect you from uncertainty. Then something small shifts, a delay, a mistake, an unexpected change, and suddenly the mind reacts as if something has gone wrong. There is a hidden rigidity in the way most people approach planning. Plans become more than guides. They become emotional contracts. When reality deviates, frustration rises, stress tightens the body, and anxiety whispers that you are losing control. But life has never agreed to follow a script. It moves with its own rhythm, often slower, sometimes faster, always unpredictable. The Stoics practiced a discipline that feels almost counterintuitive. They planned carefully, but they held those plans lightly. They expected interruptions, delays, detours, not as pessimism, but as realism. By accepting in advance that life will interfere, they removed the shock when it happened. What disturbs the mind is not change itself, but the refusal to allow change. Letting life interrupt your plans is not weakness. It is flexibility in motion. A tree that refuses to bend snaps in strong wind, while one that yields remains standing. When you stop treating interruptions as enemies, the nervous system stops reacting with alarm. You adjust instead of resisting. You move around obstacles instead of exhausting yourself trying to push through them. Many interruptions are neutral events that become stressful only because of interpretation. A cancelled meeting becomes wasted time. A traffic delay becomes a personal injustice. A change in schedule becomes proof that the day is ruined. But if you step back, you see that these moments are simply shifts, not disasters. The Stoics trained themselves to reinterpret disruption as redirection. Sometimes the delay protects you. Sometimes the change reveals a better path. Sometimes it simply teaches patience. There is also a deeper lesson hidden inside interruptions. They remind you that control is partial, never absolute. You can influence your actions, but not the entire environment around you. When you accept this, you stop measuring your day by how closely it matched your plan. Instead, you measure it by how calmly you responded when it didn't. Another reason interruptions cause anxiety is the belief that productivity equals worth. If the plan breaks, you fear you are falling behind, losing progress, wasting time. But life is not a straight line of efficiency. Rest, reflection, unexpected conversations, even moments of stillness carry value that cannot be measured on a schedule. The Stoics believed that wisdom grows in the spaces between action, not only in action itself. Practicing this discipline begins with small adjustments. When something disrupts your plan, pause before reacting. Notice the tension in the body. Take a breath. Remind yourself that the world has not ended, only shifted. Ask what is required now instead of clinging to what was supposed to happen. This simple pause turns frustration into flexibility. Over time, you start to experience interruptions differently. They become invitations to adapt rather than threats to stability. You might discover moments of unexpected calm inside them, time to observe, to think, to simply exist without rushing. The mind realizes it does not need perfect order to feel safe. There is also freedom in knowing that you are not responsible for orchestrating everything. The pressure to manage every outcome softens. You become a participant in life rather than its director. This does not reduce your effectiveness, it enhances it. A flexible mind sees opportunities that a rigid one misses. The Stoics often reflected on the phrase that events themselves are neutral. It is our judgment that makes them heavy or light. Interruptions are a perfect example. They can be seen as obstacles or as natural movements of life. When you choose the second view, anxiety has less space to grow. You may notice that when you allow plans to change without resistance, the day feels less rushed. Conversations become more attentive because you are not mentally pulling away to return to your schedule. Experiences feel fuller because you are present instead of calculating lost time. Even challenges feel more manageable because you are not fighting reality while dealing with them. This discipline also builds resilience. Each time you adapt calmly, you reinforce the belief that you can handle unpredictability. Confidence grows, not from things going as planned, but from seeing that you remain steady when they don't. That steadiness becomes a source of peace deeper than any perfectly organized schedule could provide. In the end, letting life interrupt your plans teaches a quiet humility. You realize that control was never the foundation of peace. Acceptance was. The ability to bend without breaking, to pause without panic, to adjust without resentment. This is the calm strength the Stoics cultivated. And when you live this way, interruptions stop feeling like disruptions to your life. They become part of its natural flow. You move with events instead of against them, conserving energy, protecting your clarity. Anxiety fades because the mind is no longer trying to force the world into a shape it was never meant to hold. What remains is a steadiness that does not depend on perfect timing or flawless execution. A trust that wherever the path turns, you will turn with it, grounded, aware, and unhurried. And as you learn to move with interruptions instead of resisting them, a deeper engine behind anxiety begins to reveal itself. Not fear of failure, not fear of uncertainty, but fear of looking back and wishing you had done something differently. The quiet dread that one wrong decision could echo for years, that a single missed chance could define your story. This is the shadow that fuels so much overthinking. Not the future itself, but the imagined regret waiting at the end of it. Most people don't just want to make good choices, they want to make perfect ones. Choices that guarantee they will never have to question themselves later. So the mind circles endlessly, analyzing every angle, weighing every risk, replaying every possible outcome. It is not searching for clarity, it is searching for immunity from regret. But that immunity does not exist. Every path includes unknowns. Every decision closes other doors. Life moves forward, not sideways. The Stoics understood that regret comes from believing you should have known what you could not have known, from judging past decisions with information that only became available later. This is an unfair trial the mind conducts against itself. It rewrites history, imagining that certainty was possible when it never was. Overthinking grows from this illusion. The belief that if you just think long enough, you can eliminate the chance of future self-blame. There is a heavy pressure in wanting to avoid regret at all costs. It turns every decision into a test of your worth. It makes action feel dangerous because inaction feels safer. If you never choose, you cannot be wrong. But this safety is deceptive. Avoidance creates its own kind of regret. The regret of opportunities never taken, words never spoken, risks never faced. The Stoics warned that fear of making mistakes can become the biggest mistake of all. Regret also feeds on the idea that your life should follow a certain timeline, that you should be further ahead, more successful, more certain by now. When reality does not match that expectation, the mind starts searching for the moment everything went off track. It blames past decisions, past versions of yourself, past circumstances. But life is not a straight line that can be traced back to one wrong turn. It is a series of unfolding moments shaped by countless factors, many outside your control. The Stoic response to regret was not to erase it, but to learn from it without carrying its weight forward. They treated past actions as teachers, not as chains. Once a lesson was understood, there was no need to keep revisiting the pain. This freed their attention for the present, where change was still possible. Overthinking traps you in a courtroom of memory. Wisdom releases you back into the flow of life. A powerful shift happens when you accept that regret is part of being human. It means you cared, that you were engaged, that you tried to shape your life rather than drifting through it. Instead of fearing regret, you begin to respect it as evidence of growth. The mind stops trying to engineer a life without mistakes and starts focusing on living with integrity in each moment. Another hidden truth is that overthinking often pretends to be responsibility. It tells you that worrying longer means caring more, but responsibility is not measured by the number of scenarios you imagine. It is measured by the sincerity of your effort and the honesty of your intention. Once you have acted with care and awareness, the outcome belongs to the world, not to your control. You may notice that when the fear of regret softens, decisions become clearer. You stop waiting for absolute certainty and start trusting your values to guide you. You understand that even if things do not work out, you will still have yourself, your character, your ability to adapt, your willingness to learn. This is the safety net the Stoics relied on, not perfect foresight, but inner stability. Regret loses its power when you stop treating the past as a place where different choices were guaranteed to produce better results. You begin to see that each decision was made with the awareness you had at the time. The person you were then did the best they could within their limits. Compassion replaces judgment. Understanding replaces blame. As this perspective settles in, overthinking starts to quiet. The mind no longer needs to rehearse every possible future mistake because it no longer fears becoming its own enemy afterward. You trust that if regret appears, you will meet it with reflection, not punishment. You will learn, adjust, continue. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning with what is real, not with fantasies of perfection. Real life includes missteps, detours, unexpected lessons. When you stop demanding a flawless story, you become free to live a meaningful one. And in that freedom, something gentle emerges, a willingness to move forward, even without guarantees. A trust that your life is not defined by a single decision, but by the steady way you keep going. Anxiety fades because the mind no longer sees the future as a trap waiting to produce regret. What remains is a quiet courage. The courage to choose, to act, to live fully despite uncertainty. the courage to accept that no life without regret is possible, but a life without constant fear of regret is. And as the fear of regret loosens its grip, a deeper transformation begins to take shape. You start to see that anxiety has never only been about events or uncertainty or the future. It has been about the belief that you cannot handle what might happen. So the mind tries to avoid everything that feels uncomfortable, unpredictable, or painful. It builds a smaller and smaller world, thinking that safety lives inside those walls. But the walls become a cage. The more you avoid, the more fragile life feels. Avoidance promises relief, but it quietly strengthens fear. Each time you step back from something difficult, the mind records it as proof that the danger was real. The next time, the hesitation grows faster. The range of what feels manageable shrinks. Eventually, even ordinary situations begin to feel overwhelming because confidence was never given a chance to grow. Anxiety thrives in that shrinking space. The Stoics took a radically different approach. Instead of trying to control life so nothing difficult would happen, they trained themselves to become the kind of people who could face difficulty without collapsing. They practiced resilience the way others practiced comfort, not by seeking pain, but by removing the illusion that comfort was the only safe place to stand. There is a quiet freedom in realizing that your peace does not depend on life being gentle. It depends on your ability to remain steady when life is not. When you trust yourself to endure discomfort, uncertainty loses much of its threat. Challenges stop feeling like disasters and start feeling like tests of strength that is already forming inside you. Becoming someone who can handle anything begins with small exposures to what you normally avoid, not overwhelming yourself but gently stepping toward discomfort instead of away from it. Speaking honestly when silence feels easier. Trying something new even when failure is possible. Sitting with difficult emotions instead of numbing them. Each time you do this, you send a message to your nervous system. I can survive this. The Stoics believed courage is not loud. It is quiet persistence. It is choosing to face what you fear in measured steps, building familiarity with uncertainty. Over time, situations that once triggered anxiety become manageable because they are no longer unknown territory. Familiarity replaces dread. Confidence replaces hesitation. Another important shift is redefining what safety means. Safety is not the absence of difficulty. It is the presence of inner stability. A person who avoids everything is constantly threatened by life's unpredictability. A person who has faced challenges knows that discomfort passes, that pain can be endured, that fear does not last forever. This knowledge creates a sense of grounded calm that avoidance can never provide. You also begin to notice that many fears are exaggerated by distance. The mind imagines worst-case scenarios, but when you actually engage with the situation, reality is often less extreme. Even when things are hard, they are usually survivable. The Stoics reminded themselves that humans are built to adapt. Hardship does not destroy you by default, it shapes you. There is also dignity in becoming resilient. Avoidance keeps you dependent on circumstances. Resilience makes you independent of them. You are no longer waiting for life to become easier before you relax. You carry your calm with you, knowing it does not rely on perfect conditions. This mindset also transforms how you see obstacles. Instead of interpreting them as interruptions to your happiness, you see them as opportunities to strengthen your character. Each challenge becomes material for growth rather than evidence of failure. The Stoics call this turning obstacles into fuel. What once drained you begins to empower you. As resilience builds, anxiety begins to dissolve at its root. It cannot dominate a mind that trusts its own capacity. Fear loses its urgency because you are no longer trying to eliminate discomfort. You are learning to move through it. The future stops looking like a minefield and starts looking like terrain you can navigate. You may still feel nervous before difficult moments. Courage does not erase fear. It changes your relationship with it. Fear becomes a signal of growth rather than a warning to retreat. You act alongside it instead of waiting for it to disappear. This is where real confidence lives, not in certainty, but in willingness. Over time, the world feels larger again. Opportunities that once seemed out of reach become possible. Relationships deepen because you are not hiding behind defenses. Decisions become clearer because you are no longer paralyzed by what might go wrong. Life regains its color because you are participating fully instead of watching from a safe distance. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from mastery of the self, not mastery of circumstances. When you become someone who can handle anything, you stop negotiating with fear. You stop shrinking your life to avoid discomfort. You step into uncertainty with a steady heart, knowing you will adapt as needed. And in that readiness, not the anxious kind, but the grounded kind, peace appears. A peace that does not depend on avoiding storms, but on trusting your ability to stand in the rain without breaking. A peace that comes from knowing that no matter what arrives, you will meet it as yourself, steady and unafraid to live fully. And as resilience begins to replace avoidance, another hidden chain starts to loosen. The chain that ties your sense of self to what happens next. Most anxiety is not only fear of outcomes, it is fear of what those outcomes will say about you. If this fails, what does that make me? If this works, does that finally prove I'm enough? The future becomes more than a series of events. It becomes a mirror where you expect to find your worth. From an early age, identity is shaped by results. Praise when you succeed, disappointment when you don't. Approval tied to performance. Over time, the mind learns to equate outcomes with value. So before anything even happens, anxiety appears, trying to protect the image you hope to maintain. It is not just worrying about what will occur, but worrying about who you will be if it does. The Stoics saw this attachment as one of the deepest sources of suffering. They believed your character is the only true possession you carry through every circumstance. Outcomes belong to the world, shaped by timing, chance, other people, and countless forces outside your control. When identity is fused with results, peace becomes fragile. A single setback can shake your entire sense of self. Detaching your identity from outcomes before they occur means reclaiming who you are from what might happen. It means recognizing that success does not make you valuable, and failure does not erase your worth. You become someone who acts with intention, not someone who measures existence by external approval. This shift begins by separating effort from result. Effort is yours. It reflects your discipline, your sincerity, your willingness to show up. The result is a collaboration between your actions and the unpredictability of life. When you focus on effort as the measure of integrity, anxiety loses much of its leverage. You no longer need the future to validate the present. Another layer of this practice is releasing the need to protect a fixed image of yourself. The fear of embarrassment, rejection, or judgment often comes from wanting to appear consistent and flawless. But humans are not static. You are allowed to learn, to change, to try and stumble. The Stoics embraced humility because it freed them from the exhausting task of maintaining an illusion of perfection. There is also relief in understanding that outcomes are temporary. Even achievements fade. Even failures lose their intensity with time. If identity is built on something so unstable, it will always feel threatened. When identity is built on values, honesty, courage, patience, wisdom, it becomes steady, regardless of external changes. Detaching in advance prevents emotional whiplash. Instead of riding a roller coaster of hope and dread, you approach events with calm focus. You care deeply about what you are doing, but you do not cling to what must come from it. This allows you to perform better, paradoxically, because fear of self-judgment is no longer clouding your mind. The Stoics often visualized themselves remaining composed, whether praised or criticized, successful or disappointed. This was not indifference, it was balance. They refused to let temporary conditions dictate permanent self-worth. By practicing this mentally, they reduced the shock when real outcomes arrived. You may notice that when identity is no longer on the line, creativity returns. You take risks more freely. You speak more honestly. You try things without the heavy pressure of needing them to define you. Life feels less like a test and more like an experience unfolding. Another important insight is that people's judgments are also outside your control. Even the same outcome can be interpreted differently by different observers. If identity depends on those interpretations, stability becomes impossible. The Stoics freed themselves by focusing on internal alignment rather than external perception. As this mindset deepens, anxiety loses one of its strongest hooks. It cannot threaten your identity if your identity is rooted in something it cannot touch. The future becomes less intimidating because it no longer holds the power to decide who you are. You begin to move through life with a quiet confidence that does not need constant reinforcement. Whether things go as planned or not, you remain intact. This steadiness is deeply calming because it removes the fear of losing yourself. Over time, you realize that identity was never meant to be constructed from outcomes. It grows from choices made in each moment, how you treat people, how you respond to difficulty, how honestly you live. These are always available, independent of results. The Stoics believe that true freedom comes when nothing external has the power to define your inner state. Detaching your identity before outcomes occur is a step toward that freedom. It allows you to engage fully without being consumed by what might happen. And in that freedom, something subtle changes. The future stops feeling like a verdict waiting to be delivered. It becomes simply another chapter, one that will unfold whether you worry or not. You meet it not as someone seeking validation, but as someone already grounded in who they are, steady, aware, and unshaken by the rise and fall of events. And as your identity loosens from the grip of outcomes, the mind itself begins to feel different. Not quieter yet, but less authoritative. You start to notice that many of the thoughts that once felt urgent are simply passing through, repeating old fears, replaying familiar worries. For most of your life, you were taught to treat thoughts as commands. If the mind says something is wrong, then something must be wrong. If it predicts danger, you prepare. If it criticizes you, you believe it. The voice in your head becomes a ruler you never elected. But the Stoics practiced a different relationship with the mind. They understood that thoughts are not facts, not orders, not prophecies. They are events, movements of the mind shaped by memory, habit, fear, and imagination. When you see thoughts as instructions, anxiety multiplies because every worry demands action. When you see them as weather, something changes. They can pass without needing to be solved. Weather arrives on its own. You do not negotiate with rain. You do not argue with wind. You do not panic because clouds appear. You observe, adjust, continue. Treating thoughts the same way removes the sense of emergency that anxiety depends on. A fearful thought can arise without forcing you into defense mode. A negative prediction can pass without pulling you into hours of rumination. Most anxiety comes from over-identifying with what the mind produces. A single thought can trigger a cascade. What if this happens? What if that goes wrong? What if I can't handle it? The body reacts as if the scenario is already unfolding. But when you step back and recognize the thought as a mental event rather than a message to obey, the chain reaction weakens. The Stoics practiced observation before judgment. They created space between awareness and reaction. When a troubling thought appeared, they examined it calmly instead of accepting it automatically. Is this true? Is it useful? Is it within my control? This pause prevented the mind from escalating every worry into a crisis. Treating thoughts as weather also teaches impermanence. No storm lasts forever. Even the darkest sky eventually clears. When you remember that thoughts change naturally, you stop fearing them as permanent states. A wave of anxiety becomes something you can ride instead of something that will drown you. Another important shift is recognizing that not all thoughts deserve attention. Just because a thought appears does not mean it has value. The brain produces thousands of mental fragments every day, many repetitive, some irrational, most irrelevant. Choosing which ones to engage with becomes an act of mental discipline. You are not obligated to follow every mental trail. This practice reduces the urge to solve feelings through thinking. Often, the mind tries to reason its way out of anxiety, analyzing endlessly in search of certainty. But anxiety is not always logical, so logic cannot always dissolve it. Sometimes calm returns not by answering thoughts, but by letting them move through without interference. You may notice that when you stop chasing every thought, the body relaxes. The tension in the forehead softens. Breathing slows. Attention returns to the physical world. The sensation of sitting, the sound of the room, the rhythm of your heartbeat. Presence replaces rumination. The nervous system receives the message that it is safe to disengage. The Stoics valued this grounded awareness because it anchors you in what is real rather than what is imagined. Reality is usually less dramatic than the mind's projections. When you stay connected to the present, thoughts lose the power to pull you into distant scenarios that have not happened. Treating thoughts as weather also builds emotional resilience. You become less reactive because you are not constantly interpreting every mental fluctuation as a signal to act. Calm becomes your default state instead of a fragile achievement. Even when difficult thoughts return, they no longer feel like threats, just passing storms in a larger sky. Over time, a sense of distance appears between you and the noise of the mind. You realize that you are not the voice speaking, you are the awareness hearing it. This realization is deeply freeing. It means that no matter how loud the mind becomes, there is a stable part of you untouched by its turbulence. This perspective does not silence thoughts completely, nor should it. The mind is meant to think, but it no longer dominates your experience. You become the observer instead of the passenger. Anxiety loses intensity because it cannot control someone who refuses to treat every signal as urgent. The Stoics believed that peace comes from governing your inner world with reason and perspective. Seeing thoughts as weather is a simple but powerful expression of that principle. It reminds you that clarity is not achieved by eliminating mental noise, but by refusing to be ruled by it. And in that quiet observation, a deeper calm settles in. The sky does not fight the storm, it holds it until it passes. In the same way, you begin to hold your thoughts without being shaken by them. What once felt overwhelming becomes manageable, even ordinary. The mind keeps moving, clouds forming and dissolving, winds rising and fading. But you remain steady beneath it all, aware, grounded, and no longer compelled to obey every whisper that drifts across your inner sky. And as thoughts begin to lose their authority, another exhausting habit becomes visible, the urge to solve everything before it happens, the mind scanning for problems that do not yet exist, then racing to build solutions for them. It feels responsible, even intelligent, as if you are protecting yourself from future chaos. But most of the time, you are not solving reality, you are solving imagination. This habit often begins as a survival skill. At some point, thinking ahead helped you avoid mistakes or embarrassment, so the mind learned to stay busy, anticipating every possible outcome. But what once protected you now keeps you trapped in constant tension, because there is no end to possible scenarios. For every solution you create, the mind invents a new variation that requires attention. The work never finishes, and the body never rests. The Stoics saw this as a misuse of reason. They valued preparation, but only for what was likely and within influence. Obsessive problem-solving for imagined futures was seen as draining the energy needed for real life. They believed the mind should be a tool, not a machine that runs without direction. When you try to solve every scenario, the tool turns into a burden. A quiet truth sits underneath this urge, the belief that uncertainty is dangerous and must be eliminated. But uncertainty cannot be eliminated. It can only be endured. When you accept this, the compulsion to calculate every possibility begins to soften. You realize that clarity often appears in action, not in endless analysis beforehand. There is also a difference between thoughtful planning and compulsive solving. Planning has limits. It identifies what matters and prepares accordingly, then releases. Compulsive solving keeps digging long after usefulness has ended. It chases certainty that will never arrive. Learning to stop when enough is a form of discipline the Stoics practiced deliberately. Ending this habit starts with recognizing that most imagined problems never occur. The mind treats possibility as probability, giving equal weight to unlikely fears and realistic concerns. But life rarely unfolds in the dramatic ways we predict. When you step back and look at past worries, you see how many dissolved on their own without intervention. Another shift comes from trusting your ability to respond in real time. The mind tries to solve everything in advance because it doubts your capacity to handle surprise. But you have faced unexpected moments before and found a way through them. Resilience is built from experience, not from perfect foresight. When you remember this, the need to prepare for every detail weakens. You may notice that the urge to solve scenarios intensifies when you are tired or overwhelmed. The brain searches for control when energy is low. In those moments, rest is often more helpful than thinking. Stepping away from the mental loop, even briefly, allows the nervous system to reset. Solutions that seemed urgent often lose importance after a pause. The Stoics practiced returning to the present whenever the mind drifted too far ahead. They focused on the task in front of them, the breath in their lungs, the immediate reality they could influence. This grounding interrupts the cycle of hypothetical problem-solving and brings attention back to where action is possible. There is also freedom in accepting that some questions do not need answers right now. Not knowing can be uncomfortable, but it is not harmful. The pressure to resolve everything immediately is self-created. When you allow uncertainty to exist without rushing to fill it, the mind gradually becomes more tolerant of open space. Over time, you begin to conserve mental energy instead of scattering it across endless possibilities. Decisions become clearer because they are based on real information rather than imagined complications. Sleep becomes deeper because the mind is no longer running simulations through the night. Even conversations feel lighter because you are listening instead of rehearsing responses. Ending the urge to solve everything does not make you careless. It makes you focused. You respond to what is real instead of what is hypothetical. You save your strength for challenges that actually arrive. This efficiency creates a sense of calm that constant vigilance could never achieve. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning effort with reality. When effort is spent on illusions, exhaustion follows. When it is directed toward what is present, stability grows. This is why releasing unnecessary problem-solving feels like relief rather than loss. And in that relief, the mind begins to trust silence again. Not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of not needing to chase answers. You sit with what is known, allowing the unknown to remain in the distance where it belongs. Anxiety fades because it no longer has endless scenarios to organize itself around. What remains is a steady awareness that you will meet life as it comes, not as your imagination predicts. And that is enough. And as the urge to solve every possible scenario begins to quiet, a subtler habit comes into focus. The habit of watching yourself think, feel, and react as if you were both the actor and the inspector at the same time. Constantly checking, am I calm enough? Why do I still feel this? Shouldn't I be over this by now? The mind turns inward, not with curiosity, but with suspicion. It monitors every sensation, every shift in mood, searching for signs that something is wrong. At first, this self-monitoring feels like awareness. It seems responsible to keep track of your emotional state, to analyze your thoughts so nothing spirals out of control. But when it becomes constant, it creates tension instead of clarity. You are no longer living your life. You are observing yourself living it. The present moment fades into the background, while attention stays trapped in self-evaluation. The Stoics valued self-reflection, but they warned against obsession with the inner world. Reflection is meant to guide you, not consume you. When you monitor your mind all day, you amplify whatever you are watching. Anxiety grows stronger because it is constantly being checked, measured, and questioned. It becomes the center of attention, and attention is the energy that keeps it alive. A quiet truth emerges here. Feelings often pass faster when they are not inspected. Like a bruise that heals without being touched, emotions settle when left alone. But when you keep pressing on them, asking why they are still there, they linger. The mind interprets this monitoring as danger, sending signals that something requires fixing. The nervous system stays alert because it believes a threat is being investigated. Training yourself to stop monitoring begins with shifting attention outward. Instead of scanning your inner state, you reconnect with the external world, the texture of the chair beneath you, the sound of distant traffic, the movement of air across your skin. These small anchors remind the brain that life exists beyond your thoughts. They pull you back into participation instead of observation. Another important step is allowing emotions to exist without commentary. When discomfort appears, resist the urge to analyze it. Do not ask where it came from or how long it will last. Let it move through without interference. The Stoics practiced this by focusing on action rather than feeling. If something needed to be done, they did it. If not, they allowed time to carry the emotion away. There is also relief in accepting that not every feeling needs to be understood. Modern culture often encourages endless introspection, as if clarity comes from dissecting every reaction. But life is too complex for complete analysis. Sometimes peace comes from simplicity, doing what is in front of you without turning it into a psychological puzzle. You may notice that when you stop monitoring your mind, moments of genuine calm return unexpectedly, not because you forced them, but because you stopped interfering. Calm grows naturally in the absence of scrutiny. It does not need supervision to exist. The Stoics believed that excessive focus on the self weakens resilience. A mind that is always turned inward becomes fragile, easily disturbed by small fluctuations. A mind engaged with the world becomes stronger, grounded by real experiences rather than imagined concerns. This outward orientation builds stability without effort. Another shift happens in how you relate to uncertainty about your mental state. Instead of needing to know whether you are okay, you allow yourself to simply be. You trust that balance will return on its own. This trust is essential because constant checking is fueled by doubt. Doubt that you can function unless you monitor every detail. Stopping this habit also frees your energy for living. Conversations feel richer because you are fully present instead of analyzing how you appear. Work becomes smoother because attention is on the task, not on your performance anxiety. Even rest becomes deeper because you are not evaluating whether you are relaxed enough. Over time, the mind learns that it does not need supervision to remain stable. Thoughts arise and pass without inspection. Feelings come and go without interrogation. You become less entangled in the machinery of your own psychology and more connected to the flow of daily life. The Stoics aimed for this simplicity, not a life without thought, but a life where thought serves action instead of dominating it. They believed that clarity comes from alignment with reality, not from endless self-analysis. And in that alignment, something gentle unfolds, a sense of ease that was always available but hidden beneath constant scrutiny. You realize that peace was not something you had to manufacture or monitor. It appears naturally when the mind is allowed to rest from watching itself. Anxiety fades because it no longer has an audience inside your head. Without constant observation, it loses the attention it needs to stay active. What remains is a quiet awareness, not tense, not searching, simply present. You return to life as it is happening, no longer trapped in the mirror of your own thoughts, but standing in the open air of experience, steady and unburdened by the need to check whether you are okay. And as the habit of monitoring your own mind begins to loosen, another quiet shift becomes possible. You start to notice that fear itself has been trying to get your attention all along, not as an enemy, but as a voice that was never meant to run the entire conversation. Most people either obey fear immediately or try to silence it by force. They argue with it, distract themselves from it, or panic because it appeared at all. But there is another way the Stoics practiced, allowing fear to speak without letting it decide. Fear is persuasive because it sounds urgent. It arrives with intensity, painting vivid pictures of what could go wrong. The body reacts before reason has time to respond. Heart rate rises, muscles tense, thoughts accelerate. It feels like a command that must be followed. Yet fear is not always accurate. It is a protective instinct shaped by past experiences, not a reliable guide to present reality. When you stop answering fear, something subtle happens. The urgency begins to dissolve. Fear depends on engagement. It grows stronger when you debate it, justify it, or obey it. But when you acknowledge it without reaction, it loses momentum. Like a fire that cannot find fuel, it flickers and settles on its own. The Stoics treated fear as information, not instruction. They listened without surrendering authority. If fear pointed to a real danger, they responded with practical action. If it was exaggerated or misplaced, they allowed it to pass. This balance kept them alert without becoming overwhelmed. They understood that courage is not the absence of fear, but the refusal to let fear dictate behavior. A helpful way to practice this is to notice fear as a sensation rather than a story. Feel the tightening in the chest, the quickening of breath, the heaviness in the stomach. These are physical signals, not verdicts. By focusing on the body instead of the narrative, you ground yourself in what is real instead of what is imagined. The storm becomes a series of passing sensations rather than a catastrophe unfolding. Another important realization is that fear often exaggerates certainty. It speaks as if the worst outcome is inevitable, but fear predicts, it does not know. When you stop arguing with it, you also stop granting it credibility. You allow space for other possibilities to exist. The mind becomes less trapped in one dramatic scenario. Letting fear speak without answering also prevents escalation. When you respond with panic or avoidance, the nervous system learns that fear equals danger. Next time, it reacts even faster. But when you remain calm, the brain updates its understanding. It learns that fear can exist without catastrophe. This gradually reduces sensitivity, making future fears less intense. You may notice that fear often fades when ignored with awareness. Not suppressed, not denied, but simply not obeyed. It lingers briefly, searching for reaction, then moves on. Like background noise that stops once you stop listening for it. This teaches the mind that fear is temporary, not a permanent state. The Stoics practiced visualizing challenges while maintaining composure, not to alarm themselves, but to reduce shock. They rehearsed calm responses so that fear would not catch them unprepared. But they did not dwell on these images. They returned to the present, where fear had no immediate reason to dominate. This practice also builds trust in your own resilience. Each time you allow fear to pass without reacting, you reinforce the belief that you can handle discomfort. Confidence grows quietly, not from eliminating fear, but from surviving it without losing stability. There is also compassion in this approach. Fear is not a flaw. It is a protective mechanism that sometimes overreaches. Treating it with patience instead of hostility prevents internal conflict. You are not at war with yourself. You are simply choosing which voice deserves authority. Over time, you become less startled by fear's arrival. It feels familiar, even manageable. You recognize its patterns, its exaggerations, its temporary nature. Instead of trying to control when it appears, you focus on how you respond when it does. The Stoics believed that true freedom comes from governing your reactions rather than your circumstances. Fear may knock, but it does not have to enter. You can hear it, acknowledge it, and continue with what matters. This quiet refusal to surrender is the essence of inner strength. And in that strength, anxiety begins to dissolve. Without constant reactions, fear cannot spiral into panic. It becomes just another passing state, like a cloud drifting across the sky. You remain steady beneath it, aware that your calm does not depend on the absence of fear, but on your ability to let fear exist without letting it lead. And as you learn to let fear speak without answering it, another quiet discovery begins to unfold. The realization that anxiety itself behaves differently depending on how you meet it. Most people instinctively fight anxiety. They tense against it, distract themselves from it, or try to force it away as quickly as possible. It feels logical. If something is uncomfortable, eliminate it. But anxiety is not an opponent that weakens under attack. The more you struggle, the more it tightens its grip, as if resistance confirms that it is dangerous. There is a paradox at the heart of this experience. Anxiety feeds on urgency. When you treat it as a crisis that must be solved immediately, the body interprets that urgency as proof that something is wrong. Stress hormones increase. Breathing becomes shallow. Thoughts race faster. What began as discomfort turns into a cycle of alarm responding to alarm. The Stoics approached this differently. They believed that emotions gain power from the judgments we attach to them. If anxiety is labeled as unbearable, it becomes overwhelming. If it is seen as a temporary sensation, it becomes manageable. Observing anxiety removes the dramatic story that surrounds it. You notice what is actually happening instead of what you fear it means. Observation creates distance. Instead of being inside the storm, you stand at the edge watching it move. You feel the sensations, the tightness, the restlessness, the heat in the chest, without immediately reacting. This distance interrupts the feedback loop between mind and body. Without escalation, the nervous system begins to settle on its own. Another reason observation weakens anxiety is that it removes the element of surprise. When anxiety appears and you greet it with calm awareness, it loses the power to shock you. The mind stops interpreting it as an emergency. Over time, the brain relearns that these sensations are not threats, just temporary shifts in state. Fighting anxiety also keeps attention locked on it. Every attempt to push it away becomes another form of engagement. Observation, on the other hand, is neutral. You are not fueling the experience, but you are not suppressing it either. You allow it to exist without giving it importance, like a background noise that fades when you stop focusing on it. The Stoics practiced this kind of awareness by questioning their initial reactions. They paused before labeling something as harmful. This pause is powerful because it slows the cascade of fear that normally follows. When you simply observe, you prevent anxiety from recruiting more thoughts to support itself. There is also a physical aspect to this practice. When you stop resisting anxiety, the body relaxes slightly. Muscles loosen. Breathing deepens. These changes send signals back to the brain that the situation is safe. The system recalibrates without needing conscious effort. Fighting keeps the body locked in tension. Observation allows release. You may notice that anxiety often peaks quickly and then fades when left alone. Like a wave that rises and falls, it has a natural lifespan. Observation lets the wave complete its cycle. Resistance interrupts the process, causing the wave to linger and sometimes grow stronger. Another important shift is realizing that anxiety is not a single entity, but a collection of sensations and thoughts. When you observe closely, it breaks into parts. A tight throat, a racing mind, a restless energy. These parts feel less overwhelming than the abstract idea of anxiety. Clarity replaces fear of the unknown. The Stoics believed that understanding dissolves fear. When you see anxiety clearly, without distortion, it loses its mystery. It becomes something familiar rather than something monstrous. Familiar experiences are easier to endure because they no longer feel unpredictable. Observation also builds trust in your ability to remain steady. Each time anxiety appears and you stay calm, you reinforce the belief that you are not fragile. Confidence grows from these moments of non-reaction. You realize you do not need to control every internal state to function. Over time, anxiety begins to visit less frequently because it is no longer effective at capturing your attention. The brain stops sounding alarms that receive no response. Calm becomes the default state, not because anxiety vanished completely, but because it no longer dominates. The Stoics understood that peace comes from mastering perception, not from eliminating difficulty. Observing anxiety is an act of mastery. It shows that you can remain grounded even when discomfort arises. It transforms anxiety from a threat into a passing experience. And in that grounded awareness, something gentle appears, a sense that you are larger than the sensations moving through you, that the storm can exist without carrying you away. Fighting was exhausting because it treated anxiety as an enemy. Observation is liberating because it treats it as weather. You remain still while it moves, confident that it will pass, knowing that your calm does not depend on its absence, only on your willingness to see it clearly without fear. And as anxiety begins to loosen under quiet observation, another hidden habit rises into view: the compulsion to explain every uncomfortable feeling, the need to find a reason, a source, a story that makes the heaviness feel justified. When sadness appears, the mind asks why. When restlessness surfaces, it searches for what went wrong. When a low mood lingers, it starts digging through memories, conversations, decisions, trying to locate the exact moment that caused it. It feels productive, even necessary, as if clarity will dissolve the discomfort. But not every feeling arrives with a clear explanation. Sometimes the body is tired. Sometimes stress accumulates silently. Sometimes the mind is processing things beneath awareness. Yet the urge to understand pushes you deeper into analysis, turning a passing state into a puzzle that demands solving. The more you search, the more tangled it becomes. Anxiety grows from the belief that something must be wrong if you cannot explain it. The Stoics practiced a form of acceptance that did not require complete understanding. They recognized that human experience includes fluctuations that do not always follow logic. Mood shifts, emotional echoes, physical sensations. These can arise without clear cause. Instead of interrogating themselves, they focused on maintaining steady action regardless of internal weather. They did not wait to feel perfectly before living. There is a quiet relief in allowing discomfort to exist without explanation. When you stop asking why, you stop feeding the mental loop that keeps it alive. Attention returns to the present moment instead of spiraling into speculation. The body begins to relax because it is no longer under investigation. You are no longer treating yourself as a problem to be solved. Another important realization is that analysis often amplifies emotion. When you repeatedly revisit a feeling, you reinforce the neural pathways associated with it. The brain interprets this focus as importance, making the sensation more persistent. By stepping back and refusing to dissect it, you reduce its significance. It becomes just another passing state instead of the center of your world. The compulsion to understand also comes from a desire for control. If you can identify the cause, you believe you can prevent it from happening again. But life is too complex for perfect control. Trying to eliminate every possible source of discomfort leads to exhaustion. Peace comes not from removing all uncertainty, but from trusting your ability to endure temporary unease. You may notice that feelings often fade when left alone. Like a bruise that heals without constant checking, emotional states shift naturally when not disturbed. The Stoics trusted this process. They knew that time and perspective soften intensity without requiring intervention. By staying engaged with daily life, they allowed emotions to dissolve in the background. Releasing the need to understand also frees you from self-judgment. Many people assume that feeling bad means they are failing, that they should be stronger, happier, more composed. This judgment adds a second layer of suffering on top of the original discomfort. When you accept that fluctuations are normal, compassion replaces criticism. You stop fighting yourself. There is also wisdom in recognizing that some feelings are simply signals to slow down, rest, or reconnect with what matters. They do not always require explanation, only attention to your well-being. By responding gently instead of analytically, you support recovery rather than prolonging distress. The Stoics believed that clarity comes from living in alignment with values, not from perfect emotional understanding. If you continue to act with patience, honesty, and courage, the exact reason for a bad day becomes less important. You are still moving forward with integrity, regardless of internal turbulence. Over time, this practice changes how you relate to discomfort. Instead of seeing it as an urgent problem, you see it as a temporary visitor. You make space for it without letting it dominate. The mind learns that it does not need to solve everything to restore balance. As this trust grows, calm returns more quickly. The absence of constant questioning allows the nervous system to settle. Thoughts become quieter because they are no longer searching for answers. Even when unpleasant feelings appear, they carry less weight because they are not being magnified by analysis. The Stoics aimed for this simplicity, a life where emotions are acknowledged but not dissected, where attention stays anchored in what is real instead of what might explain the feeling. They understood that peace is not found in endless introspection, but in steady engagement with the present. And in that steady presence, something gentle emerges, a sense that you do not need to fully understand yourself to care for yourself, that healing can occur without explanation, that calm can return on its own timetable. Anxiety fades because the mind is no longer chasing reasons in circles. What remains is a quiet acceptance of being human, complex, changing, sometimes heavy, but always capable of returning to balance without forcing it. And as the need to explain every feeling begins to fade, another quiet dependency comes into view, the habit of searching for reassurance, that subtle pull to ask, check, confirm, and double-check again. Are things okay? Did I do the right thing? Do they still care? Will this work out? It feels comforting in the moment, like a warm light in a dark room. But reassurance has a hidden cost. The more you rely on it, the less you trust your own stability. Reassurance is soothing because it reduces uncertainty for a short time. A kind word, a clear answer, a promise that everything will be fine. These calm the nervous system briefly. But the relief fades, and the doubt returns, often stronger than before. The mind learns that safety must come from outside, not from within. So it keeps reaching outward, hoping someone else can quiet what feels unsettled inside. The Stoics warned against this dependence. They believed that peace built on external validation is fragile, because the world cannot provide constant certainty. People change, circumstances shift, answers are incomplete. If your calm depends on reassurance, anxiety will return every time reassurance is absent. True stability, they taught, comes from becoming your own source of steadiness. Breaking this habit begins with noticing the discomfort that appears before the urge to seek reassurance. A tightness in the chest, a restless thought, a sense of doubt. Instead of immediately reaching for confirmation, you pause. You allow the discomfort to exist without rushing to eliminate it. This pause is not easy at first. It feels like standing without support. But it is how inner strength begins to grow. Another important realization is that reassurance often prevents learning. When you constantly ask others to confirm your choices, you miss the opportunity to discover your own judgment. Confidence develops through experience, through seeing that you can make decisions and survive the outcome. Each time you resist the urge to seek reassurance, you send yourself a powerful message. I can handle uncertainty. The Stoics practiced trusting their reason rather than public opinion. They sought advice when necessary, but they did not surrender authority over their peace. They understood that even well-meaning reassurance can weaken resilience if it becomes a crutch. Strength comes from standing in uncertainty without needing someone to hold your hand through it. You may notice that the urge for reassurance often comes from fear of making mistakes or being misunderstood. It is the mind's attempt to avoid discomfort by securing approval in advance. But mistakes are part of growth, and misunderstanding is part of human interaction. When you accept these realities, the need for constant confirmation diminishes. There is also freedom in allowing questions to remain unanswered. Not every doubt needs resolution right away. Life often unfolds in ways that cannot be predicted or guaranteed. When you tolerate that openness, anxiety has less material to work with. The mind stops chasing certainty and starts resting in possibility. Breaking this habit also deepens relationships. When you no longer depend on others for emotional stability, your interactions become more authentic. You listen without hidden agendas. You share without needing validation. You appreciate reassurance when it comes, but you no longer require it to function. Over time, you begin to recognize your own quiet authority. The voice that says you will figure things out, even if the path is unclear. This voice was always there, but it was drowned out by the noise of seeking approval. As you rely on it more, calm becomes less conditional. The Stoics believed that inner peace comes from aligning with what is within your control, your actions, your intentions, your perspective. Reassurance lies outside that circle. It may comfort, but it cannot anchor you. Only self-trust can do that. You may still ask for guidance at times. This practice is not about isolation or stubborn independence. It is about balance. Advice becomes information, not a lifeline. Support becomes connection, not a substitute for confidence. You remain open to others while standing firmly on your own foundation. As this shift deepens, anxiety begins to lose its urgency. Without the constant search for reassurance, the mind stops scanning for problems that need confirmation. Attention returns to what is real instead of what might go wrong. You move through life with a steadier rhythm, less shaken by doubt. And in that steadiness, something quietly empowering appears. A sense that you are capable of facing uncertainty without collapsing. That peace does not depend on hearing the right words from someone else, but on the quiet belief that you will adapt no matter what. What once felt like vulnerability becomes resilience. You no longer need constant reassurance because you have become reassuring to yourself. And that inner assurance does not fade when circumstances change. It remains calm and steady, like a light that does not flicker when the wind rises. And as the need for reassurance begins to fall away, a quieter, deeper skill starts to form. The ability to sit with discomfort without immediately explaining it, judging it, or trying to change it. Most people don't realize how quickly the mind adds commentary to every feeling. A tight chest becomes something is wrong. A wave of sadness becomes, I shouldn't feel this way. Restlessness becomes, I need to fix this now. The emotion itself is often manageable. It is the story attached to it that makes it heavy. The Stoics trained themselves to experience discomfort without turning it into drama. They understood that pain multiplied when the mind began narrating it. Commentary keeps emotions alive because it feeds them attention and meaning. Without commentary, discomfort becomes a sensation rather than a crisis. Emotional discomfort is part of being human. It arrives when expectations shift, when uncertainty appears, when the body is tired, when the heart is processing change. But the mind reacts as if discomfort must be eliminated immediately. It tries to push it away, analyze it, distract from it, or reinterpret it. This constant interference prevents the emotion from completing its natural cycle. Allowing discomfort without commentary means letting the experience exist in its raw form. You feel the heaviness, the tension, the unease, but you do not build a narrative around it. You do not predict how long it will last or what it means about your life. You simply notice that it is here. This quiet noticing removes the pressure to solve something that is not actually broken. The Stoics practiced this through awareness of the body. They focused on the physical reality of sensations rather than the mental interpretation. A pounding heart was just a pounding heart. A tight throat was just a tight throat. By grounding attention in what was tangible, they prevented the mind from spiraling into speculation. Another important aspect of this skill is patience. Emotions are like waves. They rise, peak, and fall. Commentary interrupts this rhythm, keeping the wave suspended. When you allow the process to unfold naturally, discomfort often passes faster than expected. The body knows how to return to balance when not pressured to do so instantly. You may notice that silence has a healing quality. When the mind stops talking about the discomfort, the nervous system relaxes. Breathing deepens, muscles soften, attention widens beyond the sensation. The emotion loses its central position and becomes one element of a larger experience. This practice also reduces fear of feelings. When you see that discomfort can exist without overwhelming you, it becomes less intimidating. You stop bracing against it in advance. The Stoics believed that much suffering comes from anticipation of pain rather than pain itself. By facing discomfort calmly, they weakened its hold on their imagination. There is also dignity in allowing yourself to feel without self-criticism. Commentary often includes harsh judgments that you should be stronger, calmer, more composed. Removing these judgments creates space for compassion. You are not failing by feeling, you are responding to life as a living being. Over time, this skill builds resilience. Each time you experience discomfort without reacting, you strengthen your capacity to endure. You become less fragile because you are no longer fighting your own inner states. Stability grows from acceptance rather than resistance. The Stoics aimed for this quiet steadiness. They did not seek a life free of discomfort. but a mind that remained balanced in its presence. They knew that emotions are temporary visitors, not permanent residents. When you stop clinging to them or pushing them away, they come and go without leaving deep marks. You may also discover that clarity often emerges after discomfort passes. Without commentary clouding perception, you see situations more objectively. Decisions become wiser because they are not driven by emotional urgency. Calm thinking returns naturally once the storm settles. This practice extends into daily life in subtle ways. When irritation arises in a conversation, you notice it without escalating. When disappointment appears, you acknowledge it without collapsing into negativity. When uncertainty feels heavy, you breathe through it instead of rushing to conclusions. These small acts accumulate, creating a foundation of calm. As this foundation strengthens, anxiety loses one of its main pathways. It cannot spiral when there is no commentary amplifying it. The mind stops turning temporary discomfort into long-term distress. You remain grounded even when emotions fluctuate. And in that grounded state, something quietly liberating appears. The realization that you do not need to control every feeling to remain at peace. That calm is not the absence of discomfort, but the absence of panic about discomfort. You become someone who can experience the full range of human emotion without being thrown off balance. The Stoics would call this inner freedom, the ability to remain steady regardless of what passes through the heart. A calm that does not depend on constant pleasure, but on the quiet confidence that you can hold discomfort without losing yourself. What remains is a mind that no longer fears its own depths, a presence that allows experience to unfold without interference, steady and unshaken as emotions rise and fall like tides returning to the sea. And as emotional discomfort begins to move through you without commentary, the mind itself starts to reveal another restless habit, the urge to interrupt your own thoughts, to cut them off, correct them, argue with them, or push them away before they finish unfolding. Most people don't notice how often this happens. A troubling thought appears, and immediately the mind jumps in to suppress it or replace it with something more acceptable. It feels like control, but it often creates more tension than the thought itself. Thoughts are processes, not single events. They arise, gather shape, and dissolve. When you interrupt them halfway, they remain unfinished, like a sentence cut in the middle. The mind keeps returning to complete what was left unresolved. This is why certain worries repeat endlessly. They are not stronger than you. They were simply never allowed to run their course. The Stoics understood that resistance can trap the very thing you are trying to escape. When you fight a thought, you give it energy. You signal to the mind that it is important, dangerous, worthy of attention. Allowing the thought to finish removes that urgency. It becomes just another mental movement instead of a problem demanding intervention. Letting thoughts finish does not mean agreeing with them. It means observing them as they pass, without stepping in as judge or editor. A fear can appear, expand, and fade without needing reassurance. A memory can surface and settle without needing reinterpretation. The mind gradually learns that it does not need to keep replaying the same material to get your attention. There is a surprising calm in this practice. When you stop interrupting, the mental noise often quiets on its own. Thoughts become slower, less chaotic, because they are no longer competing with resistance. It is like allowing a restless child to speak until the energy burns off, rather than silencing them and prolonging the agitation. The Stoics valued this kind of patience. They believed clarity emerges when the mind is not constantly interfering with itself. Instead of reacting to every mental fluctuation, they allowed awareness to remain steady while thoughts came and went. This steadiness creates distance between you and the content of your thinking. Another important shift is realizing that not all thoughts require response. Many are echoes of past fears, habits of worry, fragments of memory. They do not need solutions because they are not problems. When you let them complete their cycle, they reveal their emptiness. What once felt urgent becomes harmless. You may notice that interrupting thoughts often comes from fear of where they might lead. The mind worries that if it allows a negative idea to unfold, it will spiral out of control. But thoughts rarely gain power when met with calm observation. They gain power when suppressed, because suppression keeps them active beneath the surface. Allowing thoughts to finish also teaches trust. Trust in your ability to remain steady even when uncomfortable ideas appear. Trust that the mind can process experiences without constant supervision. This trust reduces the need for hypervigilance, easing the background tension that feeds anxiety. The body responds as well. When you stop resisting thoughts, muscles relax, breathing deepens, the nervous system shifts from alertness to calm. The absence of internal conflict signals safety. Peace emerges not because thoughts disappeared, but because the struggle with them ended. Over time, the mind becomes less cluttered. Thoughts arise less frequently because they are no longer fighting for completion. Silence appears between them, not forced, but natural. In that silence, clarity and creativity return. You begin to think more deliberately instead of reactively. This practice also changes how you relate to difficult memories. Instead of pushing them away or dissecting them endlessly, you allow them to surface and settle. They lose intensity because they are no longer trapped in resistance. Healing happens quietly when experience is allowed to move without obstruction. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from mastery over reaction, not mastery over thought itself. You cannot stop the mind from producing ideas, but you can choose how you engage with them. Letting thoughts finish is a form of non-engagement that preserves your energy and clarity. And in that preserved energy, something gentle unfolds. A sense that you are not responsible for managing every mental event. That the mind can be trusted to clear itself, like a sky that returns to blue after clouds pass. Anxiety fades because unfinished thoughts are no longer looping through your awareness. What remains is a calmer inner space where ideas appear and disappear without dragging you with them. You sit in that space, steady and unhurried, watching the mind do what it has always done: move, change, settle, while you remain quietly present beneath it all. And as thoughts begin to complete themselves without interruption, a deeper attachment reveals itself underneath. The need for closure inside your own mind, the craving to resolve every uncertainty, to tie every loose end, to reach a final answer that will quiet the noise once and for all. It feels like peace is waiting on the other side of certainty. If you could just understand everything, decide everything, settle everything, then the mind would finally rest. But the mind rarely rests through closure. It rests through acceptance. The addiction to mental closure forms because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. An unanswered question, an unfinished situation, an unclear future. These leave space, and the mind rushes to fill that space with conclusions. Even painful answers can feel preferable to not knowing. At least certainty gives the illusion of control, but life does not operate in clean endings. Many things remain unresolved, unfinished, or ambiguous. Waiting for closure before allowing yourself peace is like waiting for the ocean to stop moving before stepping into the water. The Stoics understood this deeply. They taught that peace comes not from solving every question, but from becoming stable enough to live with unanswered ones. They focused on what could be acted upon now, not on forcing resolution where none was available. To them, the need for closure was another form of attachment to certainty in a world that guarantees none. You may notice how the mind revisits old situations, replaying conversations, imagining different outcomes, searching for a final understanding that never quite arrives. It believes that if it keeps thinking long enough, it will unlock the missing piece. But this search keeps the past alive, instead of allowing it to settle. Closure becomes a loop, not a destination. Ending this addiction begins with recognizing that not everything requires resolution. Some questions fade only when you stop asking them. Some experiences soften only when you stop analyzing them. Peace often arrives not through answers, but through distance. Another shift comes from redefining what closure actually means. Instead of waiting for a perfect explanation or a satisfying ending, closure can simply be the decision to stop engaging. You acknowledge that the situation happened, that it cannot be changed, and that continuing to revisit it will not improve your present. This decision is quiet but powerful. It returns authority to you rather than to the unresolved event. The Stoics practiced voluntary acceptance of what could not be altered. They did not waste energy wishing for different endings. They redirected attention toward living well now. This forward movement gradually weakened the pull of unfinished stories. The past lost its grip because it was no longer being fed attention. You may also discover that the need for closure often hides a deeper fear, the fear of carrying discomfort without resolution. It feels safer to have an answer, even an unsatisfying one, than to sit with ambiguity. But ambiguity is not harmful. It is simply open space. When you allow that space to exist, it becomes less threatening. Ending the addiction to closure also frees your imagination. When the mind is not obsessed with finishing old narratives, it has room to create new ones. Energy returns to the present instead of being locked in repetition. You become more responsive to life as it unfolds, rather than anchored to how it once was. There is also compassion in letting go of closure. It acknowledges that humans are imperfect, that situations are complex, that not every story reaches a clean ending. You stop demanding impossible completeness from life and from yourself. This gentleness softens the inner tension that fuels anxiety. Over time, unresolved things lose their emotional charge. They become part of your history rather than an active problem. You remember them without being pulled back into them. This is not forgetting, it is integration. The experience remains, but the urgency disappears. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from aligning with reality as it is, not as you wish it to be. Reality includes uncertainty, unfinished conversations, unanswered questions. When you accept this, you no longer wait for life to provide closure before allowing yourself peace. And in that acceptance, something quietly liberating appears, a sense that you can move forward without tying every knot behind you, that your calm does not depend on perfect resolution, but on your willingness to live fully despite incompleteness. Anxiety fades because it no longer has unresolved loops to circle endlessly. What remains is a steady presence, grounded in what is here rather than what is unresolved. You carry your past without trying to finish it, and in doing so, you discover that peace was never waiting for closure. It was waiting for release. And as the need for closure begins to loosen its grip, you start to see the deeper force that was driving it all along. The need for control. Not just control over events, but over outcomes, perceptions, emotions, timing, and even the future itself. It often disguises itself as responsibility, preparation, or intelligence. But underneath, it is fear trying to build a world where nothing unexpected can happen. The mind believes control will bring safety. If you plan enough, anticipate enough, manage every detail, then nothing can hurt you. But life refuses to follow scripts. People change their minds. Circumstances shift without warning. Opportunities appear disguised as disruption. The more tightly you try to control everything, the more fragile your peace becomes, because it depends on conditions that cannot be guaranteed. Anxiety grows in the gap between how much control you want and how much control you actually have. The Stoics built their entire philosophy around this realization. They divided life into two categories: what is within your control and what is not. Your actions, your intentions, your responses. These belong to you. Outcomes, opinions of others, timing, luck. These do not. Anxiety appears when you invest energy in the second category while neglecting the first. You try to steer forces that were never yours to command. Control also keeps the mind in constant vigilance. It scans for threats, errors, uncertainties, anything that might disrupt the plan. This hyper-awareness drains the nervous system. Even when nothing is wrong, the body stays tense because it is preparing for what could go wrong. Rest becomes difficult because control never sleeps. There is also a hidden loneliness in the need for control. When you feel responsible for everything, you stop trusting the natural flow of life and the support of others. You carry burdens that were never meant to be carried alone. The Stoics saw trust in the unfolding of events as a form of strength, not weakness. They believed that accepting uncertainty allows you to move with life rather than against it. You may notice how control extends into your inner world as well. Trying to control your thoughts, your emotions, your reactions, forcing yourself to feel calm, positive, confident at all times. But emotions cannot be commanded like soldiers. The more you try to suppress or direct them, the more they resist. Anxiety intensifies because the mind is fighting itself. Letting go of control does not mean becoming passive. It means focusing your effort where it matters, acting with clarity, then releasing attachment to the result. Preparing without demanding certainty, caring without clinging. This balance creates resilience because your peace is no longer tied to specific outcomes. The Stoics practiced voluntary surrender to reality. They rehearsed accepting setbacks, delays, misunderstandings, even loss. Not to become pessimistic, but to reduce shock when life deviated from their expectations. When you accept that disruption is part of existence, control becomes less urgent. Flexibility replaces rigidity. Another shift happens when you see that unpredictability is not only a source of stress, but also of possibility. The same uncertainty that allows things to go wrong also allows them to go right in ways you could never plan. Some of the most meaningful moments in life arrive unannounced, outside the boundaries of control. You begin to trust your ability to respond instead of your ability to predict. This trust quiets anxiety because you no longer feel the need to foresee everything. You know that whatever comes, you will meet it with the strength you have built. Confidence moves from the future into the present. Control also fades when you reconnect with what is happening now. The present moment is the only place where influence exists. You cannot act in the past or the future. By anchoring attention here, you reduce the endless calculations about what might happen. Action replaces speculation. Over time, you discover that peace was never hidden inside perfect control. It was hidden inside acceptance. Acceptance of limits, of uncertainty, of change. This acceptance does not weaken you, it stabilizes you. You stop bracing against the flow of life and start moving with it. The Stoics called this alignment with nature, living in harmony with what is rather than resisting it. When you align with reality, anxiety loses its fuel. There is nothing left to manage that was never yours to manage in the first place. And in that alignment, something quietly freeing emerges. A sense that you do not need to hold the world together for it to keep turning. That your role is not to control the river, but to navigate it with awareness and courage. Anxiety dissolves because the engine that powered it, the impossible demand for control, begins to shut down. What remains is a calmer strength, grounded in the knowledge that you can face life as it comes, steady and unafraid of what you cannot command. And as the grip of control begins to loosen, a quiet question rises from beneath it. If you are not controlling everything, what are you trusting instead? For many people, this is where anxiety tries to return. Letting go of control can feel like stepping into empty space, as if something essential is missing. But what replaces control is not chaos. It is trust, not blind optimism, not passive hope, but a grounded confidence that life can unfold without constant supervision. Trusting outcomes you don't control does not mean assuming everything will go your way. It means accepting that whatever happens, you will meet it with the strength you have built. The Stoics believed this was the highest form of security, not protection from difficulty, but readiness for it. When you trust your capacity to respond, the future becomes less threatening because you no longer depend on it being perfect. Anxiety thrives on the belief that unknown outcomes are dangerous. The mind fills uncertainty with worst-case scenarios because it wants to prepare. But most outcomes are neither perfect nor catastrophic. They are simply different from what was expected. Trust grows when you see that life continues even when plans fail, that new paths open where old ones close. The Stoics practiced this by focusing on effort rather than result. They asked themselves, did I act with integrity? Did I do what was within my control? Once the answer was yes, they released concern about what followed. This shift removes the endless tension of trying to manage consequences that belong to the wider world, not to you. You may notice that the need to control outcomes often comes from past experiences where things felt unpredictable or painful. The mind learned that vigilance was necessary for safety, but constant vigilance prevents healing because it keeps the body in a state of alert. Trust is how the nervous system relearns that not every uncertainty leads to harm. Another realization emerges as you practice this trust. Outcomes are shaped by countless factors beyond your awareness. Other people's choices, timing, chance encounters, hidden opportunities. Trying to control all of it is not only impossible, it blinds you to the richness of what can happen when you allow space for the unexpected. Trusting outcomes also changes how you experience effort. You work with clarity and care, but without the heaviness of needing a specific result. This lightness improves performance because anxiety no longer interferes. You become fully present in what you are doing instead of mentally living in the future. The Stoics called this acting in accordance with virtue rather than with attachment. When your actions come from purpose rather than fear, you remain steady regardless of the outcome. Success does not inflate you, failure does not destroy you. Both become information rather than identity. You begin to see that many of the things you worried about in the past resolved themselves without your intervention. Situations that seemed impossible softened over time. Opportunities appeared when you stopped forcing them. This memory of life's resilience becomes the foundation of trust. There is also humility in accepting that you are part of a larger process. You influence your path, but you do not design the entire landscape. Recognizing this reduces the pressure to carry everything alone. You participate instead of orchestrating. Trust does not remove uncertainty, but it transforms your relationship with it. Instead of something to eliminate, uncertainty becomes a space where growth happens. New strengths develop, new perspectives emerge, new connections form. Without uncertainty, life would be static and predictable, but also limited. As this trust deepens, anxiety loses one of its strongest triggers: the fear of the unknown. The unknown becomes simply the next chapter rather than a threat looming ahead. You step into it with curiosity instead of dread. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning your will with reality, not from bending reality to your will. When you trust outcomes beyond your control, you align with the flow of events rather than resisting them. Resistance creates friction. Alignment creates calm. And in that calm, something quietly empowering appears. A sense that you are supported by your own resilience, by the lessons you have lived, by the knowledge that you have survived uncertainty before and will do so again. You stop asking the future to guarantee your safety. You trust yourself to navigate whatever it brings. Anxiety fades because there is nothing left to brace against. The future becomes open space rather than a looming threat. What remains is a steady confidence, not loud or dramatic, but deeply rooted. The kind of confidence that allows you to move forward without knowing exactly where the path leads, certain only of this: that you will walk it with clarity, courage, and a mind no longer chained to outcomes it was never meant to control. And as trust in outcomes begins to steady your inner world, another weight quietly reveals itself. The exhausting effort of managing how other people see you. Adjusting your words so no one misunderstands. Replaying conversations to check if you sounded foolish. Trying to anticipate reactions before you even act. It feels like social survival, but it slowly drains your peace because it places your identity in the hands of people whose thoughts you cannot control. Other people's opinions are unpredictable by nature. They are shaped by their moods, experiences, insecurities, and expectations, forces that have nothing to do with you. Yet the mind treats those opinions as something that must be managed, as if approval were a form of safety. Anxiety grows from this impossible task. You try to control something that exists entirely outside your reach. The Stoics were clear about this boundary. They taught that reputation belongs to others, not to you. You can act with integrity, speak with honesty, behave with kindness. But how those actions are interpreted is beyond your authority. When you forget this, you begin living as a performer rather than as a person. Every interaction becomes a test you feel you must pass. There is a hidden fear underneath this habit. The fear of rejection, misunderstanding, or being seen in a way that feels unfair. To avoid that pain, the mind tries to preempt judgment by shaping itself to fit expectations. But this constant adjustment creates tension because it disconnects you from your natural way of being. You are no longer responding freely. You are calculating. Peace begins when you accept that not everyone will approve, understand, or even notice you in the way you hope. This acceptance is not defeat. It is liberation. It frees your energy for living rather than performing. You stop rehearsing imaginary conversations and start engaging with real ones. The Stoics practiced indifference to praise and criticism alike, not because they did not care about people, but because they cared more about character than reputation. Praise can be as destabilizing as criticism if you depend on it. Both place your emotional balance in someone else's hands. Stability comes from evaluating yourself according to your own principles. You may notice that when you stop managing opinions, relationships become more genuine. You speak more honestly because you are not filtering every word through fear of judgment. You listen more openly because you are not busy defending your image. People sense this authenticity and often respond with greater respect. Another shift happens in how you handle criticism. Without the pressure to maintain a perfect image, feedback becomes information rather than a threat. You can consider it calmly, accept what is useful, discard what is not. Your identity is no longer fragile because it is not built on universal approval. Letting go of opinion management also reduces mental noise. So much energy is spent imagining what others think, predicting their reactions, revising your behavior accordingly. When you release that habit, the mind becomes quieter. Attention returns to your actions, your values, your experience of the present moment. The Stoics believed that the only opinion that truly matters is the one formed by your own reason. If you know you acted with honesty and courage, external judgment loses its sting. Even unfair criticism cannot shake you because your foundation is internal, not external. You may still feel moments of self-consciousness. This is human. But instead of spiraling into overthinking, you return to what is real. The conversation happening now, the task in front of you, the breath moving through your body. Reality replaces imagination. Over time, you discover that most people are too occupied with their own concerns to analyze you as deeply as you feared. The spotlight you felt was often self-created. Recognizing this brings relief, a sense of space where you can exist without constant self-monitoring. Peace grows from this space, not the loud kind that comes from approval, but the quiet kind that comes from self-trust. You know who you are regardless of who agrees or disagrees. You act according to your principles rather than according to anticipated reactions. The Stoics called this inner freedom, the ability to remain steady whether praised or criticized, understood or misunderstood. A freedom that cannot be taken away because it does not depend on circumstances. And in that freedom, something deeply calming appears. A sense that you no longer have to hold up a mask or manage the room. You can simply be present, grounded in your own values, unburdened by the need to control perceptions. Anxiety fades because one of its heaviest responsibilities has been released. You are no longer trying to orchestrate the minds of others. What remains is a lighter way of moving through the world where your energy belongs to your life, not to the endless task of managing opinions that were never yours to carry. And as the weight of other people's opinions begins to fall away, another burden becomes visible beneath it. The quiet belief that it is your job to prevent pain, your own and everyone else's. to anticipate disappointment before it happens, to soften every blow, avoid every mistake, protect every relationship from discomfort. It feels like kindness, like responsibility, like love. But beneath it is a fear of what pain might do if allowed to exist. No one taught you that pain is part of being alive, not a failure of planning. The mind treats pain as something that must be avoided at all costs. It scans for signs of trouble, trying to intervene before anything difficult can unfold. But this constant vigilance keeps the nervous system tense. You are not living freely. You are guarding against a future that may never arrive. Anxiety grows because the task is impossible. Pain cannot be eliminated from human experience. Loss, misunderstanding, disappointment, change. These are woven into the fabric of life. The Stoics did not seek a painless life. They sought a resilient one. They believed suffering intensifies when you resist what is inevitable. Trying to prevent all pain is like trying to stop the seasons from changing. The energy spent on resistance becomes its own form of suffering. There is also a hidden exhaustion in carrying this responsibility. You begin to feel accountable for outcomes that were never yours to control. If someone is upset, you search for how you could have prevented it. If something goes wrong, you replay events, looking for the moment you should have intervened. This creates a constant sense of pressure, as if peace depends on your ability to keep everything smooth. Releasing this responsibility begins with accepting that pain has its own purpose. It signals change, teaches boundaries, deepens empathy, clarifies values. Without discomfort, growth would stall. The Stoics saw adversity as a teacher, not an enemy. They asked what could be learned rather than how it could have been avoided. You may notice that when you stop trying to prevent pain, your relationships become healthier. You allow others to experience their own struggles instead of rushing to fix them. This is not indifference, it is respect. Everyone has a path to walk, lessons to learn, strength to discover. Shielding them from every difficulty can prevent that growth. Another shift happens in how you treat yourself. Instead of criticizing yourself for feeling hurt or overwhelmed, you allow the experience to unfold with patience. Pain becomes something you move through, not something you failed to avoid. Compassion replaces self-blame. The Stoics practiced preparing for hardship mentally, not to eliminate it, but to reduce fear of it. They reminded themselves that they could endure loss, criticism, discomfort. This preparation made them less reactive when challenges arrived. They trusted their resilience rather than their ability to avoid difficulty. You also begin to see that many painful moments pass faster when not resisted. Like waves breaking on the shore, they rise and fall naturally. Fighting them prolongs the impact. Allowing them creates space for healing. The body relaxes when it is no longer bracing against what has already happened. Releasing the need to prevent pain also restores presence. When you are not constantly scanning for threats, you can appreciate what is good right now. Joy becomes deeper because it is not overshadowed by fear of losing it. You stop holding life at a distance and start participating fully. There is courage in this openness. It means accepting vulnerability, acknowledging that you cannot guarantee safety for yourself or others. But it also means discovering that you are stronger than you assumed. Each time you endure discomfort, confidence grows quietly beneath the surface. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning with reality, not from trying to reshape it. Reality includes both pleasure and pain. When you accept this balance, anxiety loses one of its main sources. the impossible demand that life should be comfortable all the time. You may still care deeply about the well-being of others, but your care becomes steadier. You support without controlling. You listen without absorbing everything. You love without needing to eliminate every hardship. This kind of presence is stronger because it is grounded, not anxious. And in that grounded presence, something unexpectedly gentle appears. A sense that life does not require constant guarding, that you are allowed to experience both joy and difficulty without treating either as permanent. That peace is not the absence of pain, but the absence of fear toward it. Anxiety fades because the pressure to manage every possible hurt is no longer driving your thoughts. What remains is a quieter strength, the confidence that whatever pain arrives, you will meet it, learn from it, and continue forward without losing yourself. You step out of the role of protector against all suffering and into the role of participant in a human life, open to its full range, steady enough to hold both light and shadow without trying to erase either. And as the responsibility to prevent all pain begins to lift, something both frightening and freeing comes into view. The realization that life has always been unpredictable, no matter how carefully you planned it. The schedules, the backup plans, the constant anticipation, they were never guarantees. They were attempts to quiet the discomfort of not knowing. But beneath all that effort, life kept moving in its own direction, surprising you in ways you could never have calculated. Unpredictability feels threatening because it removes the illusion of control. The mind prefers a difficult certainty over an open unknown. At least certainty allows preparation. But unpredictability asks for something deeper than preparation. It asks for courage. Not the loud kind that appears in dramatic moments, but the quiet courage of waking up each day without knowing exactly what it will bring and choosing to engage anyway. The Stoics saw unpredictability not as a flaw in life, but as its natural state. They believed that expecting stability from a constantly changing world was the source of much anxiety. Instead of trying to force life into predictable patterns, they trained themselves to remain steady within change. Flexibility became their strength, like a tree that bends with the wind instead of breaking against it. There is a hidden relief in accepting unpredictability. When you stop demanding certainty, you stop being shocked by change. Delays, detours, unexpected endings. These become part of the landscape rather than disruptions to it. You move with events instead of resisting them, conserving energy that would otherwise be spent fighting what cannot be altered. You may notice that some of the most meaningful moments in your life were unplanned. Encounters that changed your direction, opportunities that appeared suddenly, lessons that arrived disguised as setbacks. Predictability would have prevented these experiences. The very uncertainty that creates fear also creates possibility. The courage to let life be unpredictable also softens perfectionism. When you accept that outcomes cannot be fully controlled, you release the pressure to execute everything flawlessly. Effort becomes more honest because it is no longer driven by fear of deviation. You do what you can, then allow events to unfold. The Stoics practiced focusing on readiness rather than prediction. They asked not how to prevent every challenge, but how to strengthen themselves to meet whatever came. This shift turns uncertainty from an enemy into a training ground. Each unexpected situation becomes an opportunity to practice patience, creativity, and resilience. Another quiet change happens in how you experience time. When you are not constantly projecting into the future to anticipate problems, you return to the present moment. The details of ordinary life become clearer. The sound of voices, the rhythm of breathing, the texture of daily routines. Anxiety fades because attention is no longer trapped in imagined futures. Letting life be unpredictable also deepens trust. Not blind trust that everything will be easy, but grounded trust that you can adapt. Human beings are far more capable than they assume. You have already navigated countless uncertainties, even if you did not recognize them at the time. Remembering this builds confidence that does not depend on predictability. There is also humility in this practice. It acknowledges that you are part of a larger process, not the architect of every outcome. This humility reduces the pressure to orchestrate everything perfectly. You participate instead of controlling, responding instead of forcing. Relationships change as well. When you stop trying to predict how others will behave, you meet them as they are, rather than as you expect them to be. Conversations become more genuine. Connection becomes less scripted. You allow people the freedom to surprise you, and in doing so, you rediscover curiosity. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning your expectations with reality. Reality includes randomness, coincidence, sudden shifts. When you align with this truth, unpredictability loses its power to destabilize you. It becomes simply another feature of existence. And in that alignment, something quietly exhilarating appears, a sense of openness, as if life has more room to breathe. You are no longer bracing against what might happen. You are stepping forward, alert but unafraid, ready to meet whatever arrives. Anxiety fades because it can no longer feed on the illusion that certainty is required for safety. You realize that safety comes from your ability to remain steady, not from the world remaining predictable. What remains is a calm courage, the willingness to live fully without guarantees, to welcome both surprise and challenge as part of the same unfolding story. You stop trying to freeze life into a manageable shape and start experiencing it as it is, alive, changing, and far richer than any plan could contain. And as you begin to accept life's unpredictability, another quiet habit reveals itself in the background: the constant preparation for emotional impact, bracing for disappointment before good news arrives, tempering excitement in case it doesn't last, rehearsing how you will cope with loss that has not happened. It feels like wisdom, like emotional maturity, as if you are protecting your heart from shock. But most of the time, you are experiencing pain in advance for events that may never occur. The mind believes that if it lowers expectations and anticipates hurt, the blow will be softer. Yet this preparation often drains the joy from the present. You hold happiness at a distance because you are already calculating how it might end. Even peaceful moments carry tension, as if something fragile is about to break. Anxiety grows not from reality, but from the effort to cushion yourself against imagined futures. The Stoics understood preparation differently. They prepared their character, not their emotions. Instead of rehearsing sadness or fear, they strengthened resilience, clarity, and acceptance. They knew that rehearsing pain does not make you stronger, it only makes you tired. True readiness comes from trusting that when difficulty arrives, you will respond with steadiness. Preparing for emotional impact also keeps the nervous system on alert. The body cannot relax because it is waiting for something to go wrong. This constant vigilance mimics the stress of an actual threat. Over time, it creates exhaustion and dulls your ability to experience genuine calm. You become someone who is always half defended, even when nothing is happening. Letting go of this habit begins with allowing yourself to feel fully in the present without predicting its ending. If something is good, you let it be good. If something is uncertain, you allow it to remain open. You stop interrupting your own experience with warnings about what might follow. This does not make you naive. It makes you alive to what is real right now. Another important realization is that emotional resilience cannot be built through imagination. It develops through lived experience. You cannot fully prepare for how you will feel in a situation until you are actually in it. The Stoics accepted this limitation. They focused on cultivating a stable inner core that could adapt to whatever arose, rather than trying to simulate every possible reaction. You may notice that when you stop bracing, emotions flow more naturally. Joy becomes deeper because it is not restrained by fear. Sadness becomes softer because it is not amplified by anticipation. The full range of experience becomes accessible again. Life regains its color instead of feeling muted by caution. There is also courage in allowing yourself to be surprised. Surprise means you did not predict or control the moment. It means you are encountering life directly. Many of the most meaningful experiences carry this quality: sudden connection, unexpected kindness, unforeseen opportunity. Preparing for emotional impact can block these moments because you are too busy guarding against what might happen next. The Stoics believed that suffering often comes from resisting the flow of events. When you stop rehearsing pain, you stop resisting the possibility of joy. You become more flexible, able to bend with circumstances rather than tightening against them. Relationships benefit from this openness as well. When you are not preparing for hurt, you listen more fully, trust more easily, respond more authentically. You are present instead of cautious. This presence strengthens connection because people feel when they are being met without hidden defenses. You also begin to trust your capacity to recover. Even if something painful happens, you will move through it as you always have. Remembering past resilience reduces the need to prepare for future wounds. You stop treating yourself as fragile and start recognizing your quiet strength. Over time, the body learns that it does not need to remain in protective mode. Breathing becomes deeper. Muscles loosen. Sleep becomes easier. The absence of constant anticipation creates space for restoration. Energy returns because it is no longer spent on imagined scenarios. The Stoics aimed for this kind of readiness, not emotional armor, but emotional steadiness. They knew that peace comes from meeting life as it is, not from rehearsing how it might hurt. Preparation without anxiety, awareness without fear. And in that steadiness, something unexpectedly gentle appears. A sense that you are allowed to experience life without holding back. That vulnerability is not weakness, but openness to the full richness of being human. Anxiety fades because the future is no longer treated as a threat requiring constant rehearsal. What remains is a calm readiness, grounded in the present, confident that whatever emotional impact comes will be met not with panic, but with quiet strength. You step forward without armor, not because nothing can hurt you, but because you no longer need to suffer in advance for pain that has not yet arrived, and may never come at all. And as you stop preparing for every possible emotional impact, the mind reveals one final habit that has been quietly exhausting you all along. The urge to fix the future before it arrives, to adjust tomorrow from the safety of today, to solve problems that only exist as possibilities. It feels responsible, even wise, as if you are building a safer path ahead. But most of the time, You are trying to repair a reality that does not yet exist. The future is not a broken object waiting for you to assemble it correctly. This urge grows from discomfort with uncertainty. The mind wants guarantees, clear outcomes, predictable sequences, so it imagines future scenarios and begins working on them as if they were already happening. You plan conversations that may never occur. You anticipate obstacles that may never appear. You rehearse solutions for problems that belong to a version of life you have not yet lived. The Stoics saw this as a misuse of imagination. Imagination can guide action, but it can also create suffering when it replaces the present. They believed that energy spent fixing hypothetical futures weakens your ability to respond to the real one when it arrives. You exhaust yourself solving illusions while neglecting what is actually in your hands today. There is also a hidden arrogance in trying to fix the future. Not arrogance in a negative sense, but in assuming that you can foresee all variables. The future is shaped by countless forces beyond your awareness: timing, chance encounters, the choices of others, events unfolding in distant places. Trying to control it is like trying to direct the wind with your hands. Letting go of this urge begins with returning to the only place where influence exists: the present moment. What can you do right now that aligns with your values? What action is available today? The Stoics believed that when you act well in the present, you are already preparing for whatever comes next. The quality of your character becomes your true preparation. You may notice how much tension disappears when you stop trying to manage tomorrow. The body relaxes because it is no longer bracing against imagined situations. Attention becomes sharper because it is no longer divided between now and 1,000 possible futures. Even small tasks feel lighter because they are not burdened by expectations about where they must lead. Another shift happens in your relationship with time. Instead of racing ahead mentally, you move step by step. This rhythm feels slower but more stable. You trust that the path will reveal itself as you walk it. The need to see the entire map fades because you realize that clarity often appears only after movement begins. The Stoics practiced this through acceptance of uncertainty combined with disciplined action. They did not drift aimlessly, but they also did not obsess over outcomes. They prepared themselves, not the future. They cultivated patience, courage, and reason, qualities that remain useful regardless of circumstances. Letting go of the urge to fix the future also restores hope. When you are not constantly imagining worst-case scenarios, you leave space for possibilities you cannot predict. The future becomes open rather than threatening. Curiosity replaces dread. You begin to see that many of the things you once worried about never happened, and many of the things that did happen could not have been anticipated. Life unfolded in ways both difficult and unexpectedly generous. This memory weakens the belief that constant planning is necessary for survival. Relationships change as well. When you stop trying to engineer how things will unfold, you allow people to show up as they are. Conversations become spontaneous instead of strategic. Connection deepens because you are present instead of calculating. There is also a quiet humility in accepting that the future does not belong to you. You participate in shaping it, but you do not own it. This humility reduces pressure and opens space for gratitude. You appreciate what arrives rather than measuring it against what you predicted. The Stoics believed that peace comes from harmony with reality. Reality includes uncertainty, surprise, and change. When you stop trying to fix what has not yet happened, you align with this truth. You move with life instead of ahead of it. And in that alignment, something profoundly calming appears. A sense that you are no longer chasing time, that you can breathe fully in the moment without one part of your mind already living elsewhere. That whatever the future becomes, it will meet a version of you who is present, grounded, and ready. Anxiety fades because the endless project of managing tomorrow has been set down. What remains is a steady awareness of today, the only place where your actions have real weight, the only place where life is actually unfolding. You stop trying to repair the future and start living the present. And in that shift, you discover that peace was never waiting at the end of a perfectly managed timeline. It was waiting here, in the quiet courage to let what comes, come. And as the urge to fix the future finally loosens its grip, you begin to notice how often you were also trying to fix the present, quietly editing reality in your mind before allowing yourself to experience it, wishing this moment were different, resisting what is happening, rewriting events in your head so they feel more acceptable, more fair, more aligned with how life was supposed to unfold. It feels harmless, even natural, but this silent editing creates friction between you and the world as it actually is. Reality does not resist you. It is your resistance to reality that creates tension. The mind edits because it believes acceptance means surrender. If you stop wishing things were different, it fears you will become passive or defeated. But acceptance is not approval. It is clarity. It is seeing what is real without distortion, so you can respond wisely instead of reacting blindly. The Stoics believed that suffering begins the moment you demand that reality match your preferences. Editing reality often shows up as constant mental commentary. This shouldn't be happening. They shouldn't have said that. I should be further along by now. Life should be easier than this. These thoughts feel justified, but they pull you away from what is actually in front of you. Instead of engaging with life, you are arguing with it. When you stop editing, something surprising happens. Energy returns. The mental effort required to resist what already exists disappears. You no longer carry the weight of comparison between how things are and how you think they should be. There is relief in allowing events to stand without rewriting them. The Stoics practiced this through radical acceptance of circumstances, not passive acceptance, but grounded acknowledgement. If something could be changed, they acted. If it could not, they adapted. They did not waste strength fighting the existence of what had already occurred. This discipline created a calm that was not dependent on favorable conditions. You may notice that when you stop editing reality, emotions become clearer. Anger softens because it is no longer fueled by imagined alternatives. Sadness becomes more honest because it is not layered with frustration. Even joy deepens because it is not diluted by fear that it should be different. Another shift happens in how you experience time. Editing reality often keeps you stuck in the past or projecting into the future. You replay what should have happened or anticipate what must change. When you let go, attention returns to the present moment, the only place where life is actually happening. The present becomes vivid again. There is also humility in this practice. It acknowledges that your perspective is limited, that events may carry meaning you cannot yet see. Many moments that once felt unfair or inconvenient later reveal themselves as turning points. When you stop editing, you allow life to unfold without premature judgment. Relationships become lighter as well. When you stop trying to change how others should behave or what they should understand, you meet them as they are. This reduces conflict because you are no longer negotiating with imagined versions of people. Acceptance creates space for genuine connection. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning your will with reality rather than forcing reality to align with your will. This alignment removes the inner battle that fuels anxiety. You are no longer divided between what is and what you wish were true. You may still prefer certain outcomes. This is human. But preference without resistance feels different from demand. You hope without clinging. You act without forcing. You allow disappointment without collapsing. This flexibility makes you resilient because your stability does not depend on life cooperating. Over time, you begin to trust reality itself, not as something that always brings comfort, but as something you are capable of meeting. This trust quiets the instinct to rewrite experience. You see that life does not need constant correction to be lived fully. The body responds to this acceptance. Muscles relax, breathing slows. The nervous system shifts from defense to openness. Calm appears not because everything is perfect, but because you are no longer fighting what already exists. And in that calm, something quietly profound emerges. A sense of being at home in your own life, even when circumstances are imperfect. You are present without needing to adjust the scene. You are grounded without needing guarantees. Anxiety fades because there is nothing left to argue with. Reality stands as it is, and you stand with it, steady and unafraid. What remains is a clear awareness, free from the exhausting task of rewriting the world in your mind. You stop editing, and in that moment, life becomes simpler, sharper, and unexpectedly peaceful, not because it changed, but because you finally allowed yourself to see it without resistance. And as you stop editing reality to make it feel more comfortable, another quiet truth begins to surface. The realization that the safety you have been chasing was never as solid as it seemed. The mind builds an image of a future where nothing unexpected happens, where plans unfold perfectly, where loss and uncertainty are kept at a distance. It calls this image security, but it is not a place you can reach. It is a story designed to calm fear. Life has never promised absolute safety. It has only offered movement, change, and the chance to respond. The mind invents safety because unpredictability feels threatening. If it can believe that everything is under control, tension eases for a moment. But this relief is fragile. The illusion must be constantly maintained through planning, monitoring, anticipating, and worrying. Anxiety grows from the effort required to protect something that cannot actually be protected. The Stoics saw this clearly. They did not seek a world without risk. They sought a mind that could remain steady within risk. They understood that external safety can disappear at any moment, but inner stability can endure. Instead of asking how to guarantee security, they asked how to become resilient enough that insecurity would not break them. Accepting that safety is an illusion does not mean living in fear. It means living in truth. It frees you from the endless task of trying to eliminate every possible threat. You stop scanning for danger in every situation. You stop postponing life until conditions feel perfect. You begin to act, speak, love, and create without waiting for guarantees that will never arrive. You may notice that many of the moments you felt most alive were also uncertain. Starting something new, opening your heart to someone, stepping into unfamiliar territory. These experiences carried risk, yet they also carried meaning. Absolute safety would have required avoiding them, and in avoiding them, you would have avoided growth as well. The Stoics practiced voluntary exposure to discomfort to weaken their dependence on safety. They reminded themselves that they could endure cold, hunger, criticism, loss, not to harden their hearts, but to prove that they were stronger than their fear. This practice replaced the illusion of safety with the reality of resilience. Another shift happens when you stop equating safety with control. Control promises predictability, but predictability is temporary. Trusting your ability to adapt becomes more reliable than trying to control every outcome. You begin to see that survival has always depended on flexibility, not on certainty. There is also a quiet peace in accepting vulnerability. When you no longer demand invulnerability from life, you stop feeling betrayed by difficulty. Challenges become part of the human experience rather than interruptions to it. You meet them with steadiness instead of shock. Relationships deepen as well. When you accept that nothing is guaranteed, you appreciate people more fully. You listen more closely, forgive more easily, express love more openly. You stop assuming there will always be time later. Presence replaces postponement. The Stoics believed that fear diminishes when you confront the truth rather than avoiding it. By acknowledging that life includes risk, you remove the element of surprise. What remains is readiness, not for a specific event, but for whatever comes. You may still feel moments of vulnerability, but they no longer spiral into panic. You recognize them as reminders that you are alive, engaged, part of a world that is constantly changing. This awareness grounds you rather than destabilizing you. Over time, the nervous system learns that uncertainty is not the same as danger. Calm becomes possible even when the future is unclear. You stop waiting for a safe moment to begin living because you understand that safety was never the requirement. Courage was. And in that courage, something quietly liberating appears. A sense that you are no longer hiding from life's unpredictability, that you can walk forward without armor, aware of risk, but not paralyzed by it. Anxiety fades because the illusion it was protecting has been released. You are no longer trying to secure a world that cannot be secured. Instead, you are strengthening the one thing that can remain steady: your ability to meet life as it is. What remains is a deeper form of peace, not built on guarantees, but on the quiet knowledge that whatever happens, you will face it with clarity, resilience, and a heart no longer waiting for permission to feel safe before it begins to live. And as the illusion of perfect safety begins to dissolve, you start to notice how much of your life was built around emotional contingency plans. Quiet strategies designed to protect you from feeling too much. If this happens, I'll detach. If that goes wrong, I'll shut down. If I get hurt, I'll pretend it doesn't matter. You prepared escape routes for every possible feeling, believing this would keep you steady. But instead of creating stability, it kept you distant from your own life. Living with a backup plan for every emotion means you are never fully present. One part of you is always calculating how to protect the other part. Joy is held back in case it disappears. Love is measured in case it ends. Hope is restrained in case it fails. The mind thinks it is preventing pain, but it is also preventing depth, connection, and meaning. The Stoics did not train themselves to avoid emotion. They trained themselves to remain grounded within it. They understood that courage is not the absence of feeling, but the willingness to experience it without needing an escape. When you stop preparing emotional exit strategies, you stop living defensively. You allow life to touch you without constant filtering. There is a quiet exhaustion that comes from always being half-guarded. It takes energy to maintain distance, to monitor reactions, to suppress vulnerability. When you release those defenses, energy returns. You begin to feel more alive, even if that aliveness includes discomfort at times. Living without emotional backup plans also restores trust in yourself. You no longer assume that feelings will overwhelm you beyond repair. You remember that you have experienced heartbreak, disappointment, fear, and you are still here. Resilience is not theoretical, it is proven by your survival. The Stoics practiced leaning into experience rather than bracing against it. They believed that emotional strength grows from exposure, not avoidance. Each time you allow yourself to feel fully without retreating, your capacity expands. What once seemed unbearable becomes manageable, then familiar, then less intimidating. You may notice that when you stop planning your reactions, emotions move through you more quickly. Resistance keeps them stuck. Openness allows them to flow. Even intense feelings soften when they are not being contained or suppressed. The body knows how to process emotion when the mind is not interfering. Relationships deepen as well. When you are no longer guarded by contingency plans, your presence becomes more genuine. You listen without preparing defenses. You express without calculating consequences. Others feel this openness and respond with greater authenticity. Connection replaces caution. Another shift happens in how you approach uncertainty. Without emotional backup plans, you meet situations as they are rather than as potential threats. You respond instead of preempting. This responsiveness makes you adaptable because you are not confined by predetermined reactions. The Stoics believed that inner freedom comes from accepting that you cannot control what you will feel, only how you will act. By focusing on action instead of emotional avoidance, they remained steady even when feelings were intense. Their calm came from clarity of purpose, not from emotional numbness. You may still experience fear of being hurt. This is human. But instead of building walls, you allow yourself to step forward anyway. Courage replaces caution as the guiding force. You discover that vulnerability is not weakness, it is openness to the full range of life. Over time, emotional experiences lose their sharp edges, not because you feel less, but because you fear them less. Anticipation of pain often hurts more than the pain itself. When anticipation fades, so does a large portion of anxiety. Living without backup plans also brings spontaneity back into your life. You laugh without checking if it is safe to laugh. You care without measuring the risk. You pursue what matters without rehearsing how to recover if it fails. Life feels less like a strategic operation and more like an unfolding journey. The Stoics aimed for this kind of presence. Grounded, courageous, open. They did not seek to control emotion, but to remain aligned with their values regardless of emotion. This alignment created a stability deeper than any defense. And in that stability, something quietly beautiful appears. A sense that you are no longer standing at the edge of your own life, ready to retreat. You are fully in it, experiencing its richness without holding back. Anxiety fades because there is nothing left to guard against. You are not preparing for emotional catastrophe. You are living through whatever comes with steady awareness. What remains is a calm confidence, rooted in the knowledge that you do not need an escape plan for being human. You move forward open, grounded, and unafraid of your own depth. Not because life has become safer, but because you have become strong enough to meet it without hiding. And as you begin living without emotional escape routes, Another illusion starts to unravel. The sense that everything must happen now, that decisions cannot wait, that feelings must be resolved immediately, that progress must be constant or something will fall apart. Urgency feels external, as if life itself is demanding speed. But when you look closely, most urgency is not imposed by reality. It is generated by the mind. Urgency is often a story built from fear. The mind believes that if you slow down, you will miss your chance, lose control, fall behind, disappoint someone, or fail to prevent something bad. So it creates pressure where none exists. It turns ordinary moments into deadlines. It converts uncertainty into emergency. Even when you are sitting still, the body feels like it is running. The Stoics recognized this as a distortion of perspective. They believed that panic arises when you treat the future as if it were collapsing into the present. Instead of responding to what is actually happening, you react to imagined consequences. The result is constant tension, as if you are always late for something invisible. When you pause and look at reality, most situations allow space. Conversations can unfold gradually. Decisions can be made with clarity rather than haste. Problems can be approached step by step. Urgency dissolves when you separate what is truly time-sensitive from what only feels that way. You may notice that urgency often appears alongside fear of judgment or loss. If I don't act now, they will think less of me. If I don't solve this today, everything will collapse. If I don't respond immediately, I will lose the opportunity. These thoughts create pressure that tightens the body and narrows the mind. But they are assumptions, not facts. The Stoics practiced deliberate slowing. When emotions surged, they paused before acting. This pause was not hesitation, it was discipline. It allowed reason to return before decisions were made. They knew that actions taken in panic often create the very outcomes you were trying to avoid. Another realization emerges as you release urgency. Many of the things you rushed through in the past did not benefit from speed. In fact, haste often led to mistakes, misunderstandings, or regret. Calm attention produces better results than frantic effort. When you move steadily instead of urgently, your actions become more precise and thoughtful. Urgency also disconnects you from the present moment. It pulls your attention forward, away from what is actually happening. You stop noticing details, stop listening fully, stop experiencing life directly. Everything becomes a step towards something else. Slowing down restores depth to ordinary experiences. There is also a physical component to this discovery. When urgency fades, breathing deepens, heart rate steadies, muscles relax. The body exits survival mode. This shift signals to the brain that you are safe, reducing the background anxiety that urgency creates. The Stoics believed that time should be used wisely, not frantically. They valued purposeful action, but they rejected the idea that constant speed equals productivity. True effectiveness comes from clarity, not from pressure. When you act from calm intention, your efforts align with what truly matters. You begin to trust that life is not a race you are losing. Paths unfold at their own pace. Opportunities appear and disappear regardless of how tightly you try to hold them. This trust replaces the fear that something essential will slip away if you are not constantly rushing. Relationships improve as well. Without urgency, conversations become patient, listening becomes deeper, connection becomes genuine. You are no longer mentally elsewhere while someone is speaking. Presence replaces impatience. Over time, you discover that urgency was often a substitute for purpose. When you are clear about what matters, you do not need to rush. You move steadily toward it, adjusting as needed. Anxiety fades because the pressure to constantly accelerate disappears. The Stoics called this living in accordance with reason, acting deliberately rather than reactively. They understood that calm persistence achieves more than frantic bursts of activity. A steady flame burns longer than a flash of fire, and in that steadiness, something quietly reassuring appears, a sense that you are no longer being chased by time, that you can move through your days without the invisible weight of hurry pressing against you. That life does not demand constant urgency, only honest attention. Anxiety fades because the engine driving it has slowed. What remains is a rhythm that feels natural rather than forced, a pace that allows you to think clearly and live fully. You stop racing toward an imagined finish line and begin walking through your life with awareness, discovering that peace was never found in speed, but in the quiet realization that you were never truly late, only hurried by a mind that forgot how to be still. And as the pressure of urgency begins to loosen, a deeper fear often reveals itself beneath it. The feeling that time is slipping away, that you are late to your own life, that opportunities are closing, doors are narrowing, and if you don't act now, something essential will be lost forever. This sensation can sit quietly in the background of everything you do, turning ordinary moments into reminders of what you think you should have already achieved. But most of the time, this feeling is not coming from reality. It is coming from comparison, expectation, and imagination woven together. The mind measures life against invisible timelines. By this age, you should be here. By this point, you should have figured it out. Others are ahead, so you must be behind. These beliefs create the illusion of a race that no one actually agreed to run. You begin to experience your own life as if you are watching it from the outside, judging the pace instead of living the moments. The Stoics saw time differently. They believed that the only time you truly possess is the present. The past cannot be changed, the future cannot be guaranteed, but this moment is fully yours. Anxiety grows when you abandon the present to chase a future that exists only as a projection. You feel time running out because you are measuring what has not happened instead of experiencing what is happening now. There is also a hidden contradiction in the fear of running out of time. Worrying about time consumes the very time you are afraid of losing. Hours pass in mental calculations, regrets, and imagined deadlines. Life is not disappearing. Attention is. When you return your attention to the present, time feels fuller, not shorter. You may notice that the sense of urgency about time often intensifies during quiet moments. When there is space, the mind fills it with evaluation. Am I where I should be? Have I wasted too much? What if it's too late? But these questions rarely lead to clarity. They lead to pressure, which narrows your vision and makes meaningful action harder, not easier. The Stoics practiced gratitude for the time they had, instead of mourning the time they imagined they lacked. They treated each day as sufficient in itself, not as a stepping stone toward some distant completion, but as a complete experience worthy of attention. This mindset dissolves the fear of running out because you are no longer postponing life until later. Another realization emerges when you release this false timeline. Life does not unfold in straight lines. Paths curve, pause, reverse, and open unexpectedly. Some people find direction early, others later, others multiple times. There is no universal schedule, only individual journeys shaped by countless variables. When you stop measuring your progress against others, a quiet relief appears. You reclaim your own pace. You allow growth to happen organically instead of forcing it. The energy once spent on comparison becomes available for creation, exploration, and connection. The body responds to this shift as well. Without the constant signal that time is scarce, tension softens, breathing slows, sleep becomes deeper. You are no longer racing an invisible clock, so the nervous system no longer treats life as an emergency. Relationships deepen too. When you are not preoccupied with how much time is left, you listen more fully, speak more honestly, appreciate more openly. Moments become meaningful because they are not overshadowed by anxiety about what comes next. The Stoics believed that a well-lived moment contains all the time you need. If you act with integrity, presence, and purpose now, you are not behind. You are exactly where life is happening. This perspective transforms time from an enemy into a companion. You begin to see that the fear of running out is really the fear of not having lived fully. But fullness comes from attention, not from length. A single day lived with awareness can feel richer than years spent distracted by worry. And in that awareness, something deeply calming appears. A sense that you are not late, not missing out, not falling behind, simply moving through your own unfolding story at its natural pace. You stop chasing the future and start inhabiting the present. Anxiety fades because the imaginary countdown has been turned off. There is no ticking clock demanding that you hurry. There is only this moment, open and available, waiting to be lived. You discover that time was never running out. It was waiting for you to return to it, steady, attentive, and finally free from the fear that you were somehow too late to be here. And as the illusion that time is running out begins to dissolve, you start to notice how much of your anxiety was tied to the feeling of being chased. Chased by expectations, by deadlines, by imagined futures, by the pressure to become something before it is too late. Life starts to feel like a race you never signed up for, yet somehow believe you are losing. The faster you run, the more breathless you become, and still the finish line keeps moving. But life was never asking you to sprint. The race exists mostly in the mind. Racing life creates the constant sense that where you are is not enough, that this moment is only valuable as a bridge to the next one. You rush through conversations, through meals, through quiet evenings, always leaning forward mentally. Even rest becomes strategic, something you do only so you can return to the race stronger. Anxiety thrives in this forward-tilted posture because peace can only exist in the present, not in the imagined future you are chasing. The Stoics understood the danger of this restless striving. They warned that a person who is always hurrying loses the ability to live deliberately. Speed replaces awareness. Motion replaces meaning. When you slow down, you regain the capacity to choose your actions instead of being driven by invisible pressure. You may notice that racing often comes from comparison. Seeing others move quickly, achieve visibly, announce milestones creates the feeling that you must accelerate too. But every path has different terrain. Some roads require speed, others patience, others long periods of stillness. Measuring your pace against someone else's journey guarantees frustration because you are navigating different conditions. When you stop racing, your perception changes. Ordinary moments expand. You taste your food instead of swallowing it. You hear the tone behind people's words instead of just their content. You notice your own thoughts without being pulled by them. Life becomes textured again, not a blur passing at the edge of awareness. There is also relief in realizing that progress does not disappear when you slow down. In fact, many forms of growth require patience, healing, learning, building trust, mastering a skill. These processes unfold at their own pace. Rushing them often causes setbacks. Slowness is not stagnation. It is alignment with how things actually develop. The Stoics practiced deliberate pauses throughout their day, moments to reflect, to breathe, to return to themselves. These pauses were not wasted time. They were how they preserved clarity in a world that constantly demanded reaction. By stepping out of the rush, they maintained control over their attention. Another shift happens in your body when you stop racing. The nervous system moves out of survival mode. Muscles relax, the jaw unclenches, the chest softens. Your breath deepens naturally instead of being forced. This physical calm sends a message to the brain that there is no immediate threat, reducing anxiety at its source. Relationships deepen as well. When you are not rushing through interactions, people feel seen and heard. Conversations become meaningful rather than transactional. You connect instead of perform. This sense of connection counters the isolation that anxiety often creates. You also begin to trust timing, not passive waiting, but active patience. You do what you can today and allow tomorrow to unfold. Opportunities appear when you are present enough to notice them. Racing often causes you to miss what was right in front of you because you were looking too far ahead. The Stoics believed that a calm life is not a slow life, but a deliberate one. Action guided by purpose rather than pressure. Movement that comes from clarity rather than fear. When your actions align with what matters, you no longer feel the need to rush because you are not trying to escape your own life. Over time, anxiety shrinks because its fuel, the sense of being behind, fades away. You realize there was no universal schedule you had to obey. There was only your path, unfolding step by step, asking for attention rather than acceleration. And in that attention, something quietly restorative appears, a sense of enoughness, enough time, enough progress, enough presence. You stop measuring your life by how fast you are moving and start measuring it by how deeply you are living. Anxiety fades because the chase has ended. There is no finish line to outrun, no clock to beat, no invisible judge keeping score. There is only the steady rhythm of your own breath, the ground beneath your feet, the unfolding of a life that was never meant to be rushed. You walk instead of sprint, and in that slower movement, you discover a calm that was always available, waiting for you to stop running long enough to feel it. And once the need to race begins to loosen its grip, another fear quietly steps forward, the fear of being too late to change, too late to succeed, too late to become the person you hoped you would be. It whispers that doors have closed, that time has passed, that opportunities belong to a younger version of you that no longer exists. This belief alone has broken more spirits than failure ever could. But the Stoics saw time differently. They believed that nothing truly important arrives late because what is meant for your growth appears exactly when you are capable of carrying it. What feels like delay is often preparation happening out of sight. Life moves with a precision that the anxious mind cannot recognize because it is obsessed with speed instead of readiness. A fruit that ripens slowly becomes sweeter than one forced too early. The same is true for character, wisdom, resilience. These qualities cannot be rushed without weakening them. Many things that seem late are actually arriving at the only moment they could succeed. If they had come earlier, you might not have had the strength to handle them, the perspective to appreciate them, or the discipline to sustain them. Anxiety convinces you that life has a strict schedule, that there is a correct age to achieve certain milestones, a proper timeline to follow, a silent competition happening around you. But these timelines are mostly inventions of society, not laws of existence. They create urgency where patience would serve you better. They make you compare your beginning to someone else's middle. The Stoics focused on readiness instead of timing. They asked not, "Why is this late?" but, "Am I prepared for what is arriving?" Because when preparation meets opportunity, it feels like destiny. Without preparation, even the perfect chance can pass through your hands unnoticed. There is also freedom in understanding that some things arrive late because they were not meant to be permanent. Early success can trap a person in an identity they outgrow. Early comfort can prevent necessary growth. Early certainty can close the door to discovery. Delays often protect you from paths that would have limited you. Think of how many times in your life something you desperately wanted did not happen, only for you to realize later that its absence guided you somewhere better. At the time, it felt like loss. In hindsight, it reveals itself as redirection. The Stoics trusted this redirection. They believed that obstacles were not interruptions of the path, but part of the path itself. When you release the belief that you are late, pressure dissolves. You stop trying to compress your life into an imagined timeline. You stop panicking about catching up. You start focusing on what can be done today, which is the only place where change is possible anyway. Presence replaces regret. Action replaces rumination. Another quiet truth emerges. Nothing meaningful is ever truly missed, because meaning is created by how you engage with what is here now. Two people can arrive at the same destination at different times and still experience it fully. The value is not in when you arrived, but in how awake you are when you get there. The Stoics practiced acceptance of timing without surrendering effort. They still worked, learned, improved, but without the frantic energy of someone trying to outrun a clock. Their calm came from knowing that life cannot be forced open. It must be met as it unfolds. This mindset transforms how you view your past as well. Instead of seeing wasted years, you see training years. Instead of mistakes, you see lessons that refined your judgment. Instead of delays, you see preparation that made you more capable now than you were then. Your story stops feeling like a series of missed chances and starts feeling like a sequence of necessary steps. You also become less threatened by the success of others. Their timing does not invalidate yours. Someone else blooming earlier does not mean your season will not come. Forests do not grow by every tree reaching full height at the same time. Diversity of timing is what creates balance and resilience. When this understanding settles in, anxiety about the future softens too. You trust that what matters will arrive when it is supposed to, and your responsibility is simply to remain ready, attentive, disciplined, open. You stop gripping the future and start cooperating with it. Life becomes less like a race and more like a river. You move with it instead of against it. You navigate, adjust, respond, but you do not panic about reaching the ocean faster. You understand that the journey itself is shaping you for what waits ahead. And perhaps the most comforting realization of all appears quietly. Nothing important can truly be late, because what matters most is not events, achievements, or milestones. It is the person you are becoming through them. Growth has no deadline. Wisdom has no expiration date. Peace does not depend on how quickly you arrived, only on whether you finally stopped running. So you breathe differently, slower, deeper, not because everything is resolved, but because you no longer feel chased by time. You move forward with steadiness instead of urgency, trusting that what is meant for you is not behind you, not lost, not missed, only waiting for the moment when you can meet it fully. And in that trust, anxiety loses another place to hide. And as you begin to trust that nothing meaningful is truly late, another hidden habit starts to reveal itself. The constant measuring of your life. Measuring how far you've come, how much you've improved, how close you are to some invisible finish line. It seems harmless at first, even responsible, but slowly it turns living into a performance review that never ends. You wake up and immediately evaluate. Am I ahead or behind? Better or worse? Productive enough or falling short? Even rest starts to feel suspicious, as if it must justify its existence by improving something. Peace becomes difficult because your mind is always holding a ruler against your days. The Stoics warned about this quiet trap. They believed that progress matters, but obsession with progress steals the ability to experience the present. When every moment is judged by what it produces, nothing is allowed to simply be. You stop seeing life as something to live and start treating it as something to optimize. Much of this measuring comes from comparison. You measure yourself against who you used to be, who you hoped to become, and who others appear to be right now. But these comparisons are unstable because they rely on incomplete information. You see other people's outcomes without seeing their struggles. You compare your inner doubts to their outer highlights. The result is almost always discouragement. Existing without measuring does not mean abandoning growth. It means allowing growth to happen naturally instead of constantly checking if it is happening. Like a tree that does not pull on its own branches to grow faster, you learn to trust the process without interfering with it. When you stop measuring, something surprising happens. You become more present. Conversations are no longer evaluated by how useful they were. Walks are no longer judged by how many steps you took. Creative work is no longer suffocated by expectations. You begin to experience moments for their texture instead of their outcome. Anxiety often feeds on the belief that you are not moving fast enough. Without constant measurement, that belief loses its evidence. There is no scoreboard to fall behind on, no graph showing decline, just the quiet unfolding of a life that cannot be reduced to numbers or milestones. The Stoics practiced focusing on effort rather than results. They asked, "Did I act according to my values today?" Not, "Did I achieve enough today?" This shift removes pressure because effort is always within your control, while outcomes are shaped by countless factors beyond you. There is also relief in realizing that progress is not linear. Some days feel expansive, others feel stagnant, and some feel like regression. Measuring turns these natural fluctuations into emotional crises. Without measurement, they become simply part of the rhythm of being human. You may notice how much energy measurement consumes. Mental energy that could have gone toward creativity, connection, or rest is spent calculating where you stand. Letting go of this habit frees that energy. You feel lighter, less preoccupied, more available to what is actually happening around you. Identity loosens as well. When you stop defining yourself by progress, You are no longer trapped by the need to constantly prove something. You do not have to be improving every day to be worthy of peace. You do not have to justify your existence through visible advancement. There is a quiet dignity in simply existing. Breathing, observing, participating in life without turning it into a project. Children understand this naturally. They can spend hours absorbed in something with no concern for progress. The Stoics admired this quality because it reflects harmony with the present moment. Trust begins to replace evaluation. Trust that the work you have done has shaped you. Trust that lessons remain even when you are not actively applying them. Trust that periods of stillness are not wasted time, but integration time, when the mind and body catch up with what they have learned. You also become less afraid of pauses. When progress is the only acceptable state, pauses feel like danger. Without that pressure, pauses become restorative spaces where clarity returns. Many insights only appear when you stop forcing movement. Over time, you start to notice life unfolding in ways measurement could never capture. A deeper patience, a quieter confidence, a sense of being grounded that does not depend on external validation. These changes are subtle but profound, and they happen precisely because you stopped watching them. The Stoics believed that the good life is not something you chase, but something you practice moment by moment. When you are fully engaged with what you are doing right now, progress takes care of itself. It becomes a byproduct of living intentionally rather than a goal that overshadows everything else. Eventually, the urge to measure fades into the background. You still set goals, still act, still grow, but without the anxious monitoring that once accompanied every step. Life feels less like a report card and more like a landscape you are exploring at your own pace. And in that space, a calm you may not have felt in years begins to settle in, not because you finally reached some milestone, but because you stopped needing one to justify your peace. You exist, not as a project under construction, but as a person already allowed to be here. And that simple permission dissolves a layer of anxiety you didn't even realize you were carrying. And once you stop measuring your life against invisible standards, you begin to notice something even deeper. Many of the deadlines that haunt you were never truly yours. They were absorbed quietly over time. From family expectations, from culture, from comparison, from stories about what a successful life is supposed to look like. You inherited timelines the way people inherit habits, without ever questioning whether they fit. Somewhere along the way, life became a checklist. By this age, you should have this. By that age, you should be there. If not, something must be wrong. Anxiety grows in the gap between where you are and where you think you were supposed to be. But the Stoics would ask a simple question: who decided that schedule? Most timelines are social agreements, not natural laws. Nature does not rush seasons. A tree does not apologize for blooming later than another tree beside it. The sun does not rise earlier because someone feels behind. Yet humans pressure themselves as if existence were a timed exam. Detaching from these timelines begins with seeing how arbitrary they are. People reach milestones at wildly different ages and still live meaningful lives. Some find purpose early, others discover it after decades of searching. Some build stability young, others after periods of chaos. The order is not what determines value. The engagement with what you are living determines value. The Stoics believed that comparison steals freedom because it pulls your attention away from what you can actually influence. You cannot relive the years you think you wasted. You cannot accelerate time to match someone else's pace, but you can act wisely right now. And that is where real power begins. When you release timelines you never chose, regret starts to soften. You stop replaying past decisions as if there was one correct path you missed. You see that every experience, even the painful ones, shape the person who is reading these words right now. Without those detours, you would not have the perspective you carry today. There is also relief in realizing that many timelines are driven by fear. Fear of judgment, fear of missing out, fear of being left behind. When fear writes your schedule, peace becomes impossible because fear is never satisfied. It always invents another deadline, another comparison, another reason to feel inadequate. Detachment does not mean abandoning ambition. It means choosing goals that come from your values instead of external pressure. You move toward what matters to you, not toward what will silence other people's opinions. Your life begins to feel internally guided rather than externally pushed. Time itself feels different when you stop chasing borrowed expectations. Moments expand. Decisions become clearer because they are not rushed. You respond instead of react. You choose instead of comply. The future stops feeling like a looming threat and starts feeling like open space. The Stoics practiced focusing on what is within their control, their actions, their judgments, their character. Timelines belong mostly to what is outside your control. You cannot dictate when opportunities appear, when people enter your life, when circumstances shift. You can only prepare yourself to meet whatever arrives. Another quiet shift happens in how you see others. Instead of envying their timing, you become curious about their journey. You recognize that their visible success may hide struggles you cannot see. Comparison turns into compassion. Competition turns into coexistence. You also stop postponing peace. Many people treat calm as something they will allow themselves once they catch up. But catching up to what? When the timeline dissolves, peace becomes available now, not as a reward for achievement, but as a foundation for living. The pressure to rush decisions fades too. You no longer feel forced to choose paths just because time seems to demand it. You allow clarity to form naturally. Some answers require experience, not urgency. Waiting becomes a form of wisdom rather than avoidance. Identity loosens from age as well. You are not defined by what you have or have not done by a certain year. You are defined by how you show up to the present moment. Growth does not expire. Reinvention does not have a deadline. Becoming is a lifelong process, not a phase that ends. When you fully detach from imposed timelines, anxiety loses one of its strongest weapons. There is no clock to fear, no race to lose, no script to follow. There is only your path, unfolding in real time, shaped by your choices rather than by invisible expectations. And something surprisingly gentle replaces the tension, a sense of permission. Permission to move at a human pace, permission to change direction, permission to rest without feeling like you are falling behind, permission to trust that your life is not late, not wrong, not broken, just uniquely timed. You begin to walk instead of rush, to listen instead of calculate, to participate instead of compare. And in that slower, steadier movement, you discover a quiet truth the Stoics held close. The only timeline that matters is the one that allows you to live with clarity, integrity, and presence today. Everything else was noise. When the noise fades, anxiety fades with it. And after loosening your grip on timelines you never chose, you start to see the engine that was quietly powering them all along: comparison. not the occasional glance at someone else's life, but the constant measuring that turns every achievement into a race and every delay into a crisis. Comparison doesn't just distort perception, it manufactures urgency where none existed. You can be calm one moment, then see someone else's progress, happiness, success, or certainty, and suddenly your chest tightens. Nothing in your actual life changed. No new problem appeared. Yet anxiety arrives instantly, as if an alarm went off inside you. This is the power of comparison. It creates panic without requiring danger. The Stoics understood that the mind suffers more from imagined judgments than from real hardship. When you compare, you stop living your life directly and begin viewing it through someone else's story. Their path becomes the reference point for your worth. Their speed becomes the standard for your pace. Their visible outcomes become the evidence you use against yourself. But comparison is built on incomplete information. You see surfaces, not structures. Outcomes, not sacrifices. Moments, not the years behind them. It is like reading the final page of someone's book and assuming the rest was easy. This illusion guarantees frustration because you are comparing your internal reality to someone else's external presentation. Panic grows because comparison suggests scarcity. If someone else is ahead, it must mean there is less available for you, less time, less opportunity, less recognition. The mind interprets another person's success as proof of your potential failure. But life does not distribute meaning like a limited resource. One person's path does not block yours. The Stoics advised withdrawing attention from what is not yours to control. Other people's journeys belong entirely outside your domain. When you focus on them, you abandon the only life you can actually influence, your own. Attention is finite, and wherever it goes, shapes your emotional state. Comparison also erodes gratitude. It makes what you have feel insufficient, not because it lacks value, but because it does not match something else. Joy fades not from loss, but from contrast. You overlook quiet blessings because louder achievements elsewhere drown them out. There is also exhaustion in trying to keep up with countless invisible races. Financial, social, physical, intellectual, emotional. Every area becomes a competition. You start to feel behind everywhere at once, even if you were content before you started looking around. When you step back from comparison, a surprising calm appears. Your life regains its original proportions. Problems become manageable again because they are no longer amplified by someone else's timeline. Achievements feel meaningful again because they are no longer diminished by someone else's scale. The Stoics practiced returning to what is immediate and real: your breath, your actions, your character, your responsibilities. These anchors pull you out of imagined contests and back into grounded living. They remind you that peace is not found in surpassing others, but in aligning with your own values. You may notice how much quieter your mind becomes when it is not scanning for reference points. Decisions feel clearer because they are not filtered through approval or envy. You choose based on what fits your path, not what looks impressive from the outside. Relationships improve too. Without comparison, admiration replaces jealousy. Curiosity replaces insecurity. You can celebrate others without secretly feeling threatened by them. Their success becomes inspiration instead of evidence against you. Identity strengthens because it is no longer dependent on ranking. You are not ahead or behind. You are simply living. This shift removes a constant layer of pressure you may not have realized you were carrying. The Stoics believed that dignity comes from self-mastery, not from outperforming others. When you focus on your conduct, your discipline, your integrity, you build a foundation that comparison cannot shake. Your worth stops fluctuating based on external variables. Over time, you begin to trust your pace. Some days will be slow, others productive, others reflective. None of them need justification against someone else's experience. You move according to what the moment requires, not what appearances demand. And perhaps the most healing realization arrives quietly. The panic was never coming from your life itself. It was coming from the stories you told about how your life should look compared to others. Remove the comparison, and the urgency collapses. You return to a simpler way of being. Wake, act, rest, connect, learn, repeat. No scoreboard, no ranking, no invisible audience judging your progress. Just the steady unfolding of a life that was never meant to be lived as a competition. And in that return, anxiety loses another illusion it depended on. The noise fades, the pressure lifts. What remains is a calm that feels strangely familiar, as if it had been waiting underneath the comparisons all along. And once comparison loosens its grip, something gentle begins to surface. The realization that your anxiety was never only about time or success or fear. It was about moving at a speed that was never meant for you, living according to rhythms that belonged to someone else, pushing when your mind needed quiet, forcing action when your body was asking for rest, ignoring the signals of your own nature until exhaustion became normal. There is a deep relief in admitting that not all minds are built for the same pace. Some people thrive in constant motion. Others create their best work in long stretches of stillness. Some recharge in solitude. Others in activity. Anxiety often comes from trying to function outside your natural rhythm for too long, like an engine revving at the wrong speed. The Stoics believed that peace comes from alignment, living in accordance with nature, including your own. Not the version of you shaped by pressure, but the original design underneath expectations. When your actions match your temperament, energy returns. Resistance fades. Effort feels cleaner, not forced. Moving at your natural pace does not mean avoiding responsibility. It means distributing effort wisely. You learn when to advance and when to pause, when to speak and when to observe, when to push forward and when to let things unfold. This balance prevents burnout because you are no longer fighting yourself while trying to navigate life. You may notice how your mind becomes clearer when you stop rushing decisions. Thoughts settle instead of colliding. Intuition becomes audible again because it is no longer drowned out by urgency. Many mistakes come not from lack of intelligence, but from acting too quickly under pressure. There is also dignity in patience. A steady pace builds endurance that frantic speed cannot sustain. Like a traveler who knows the journey is long, you conserve energy instead of burning it all at once. You stop treating life like a sprint and start treating it like a path that requires stamina. The Stoics practiced deliberate living, choosing actions based on reason rather than impulse. This requires slowing down enough to think clearly. When you honor your pace, you regain control over your reactions. You respond instead of react. You choose instead of panic. Your body often knows your pace before your mind does. Tension, fatigue, irritability, restlessness. These are signals that something is misaligned. When you listen instead of overriding them, recovery begins. Calm returns not because the world slowed down, but because you stop trying to outrun it. Relationships benefit too. When you move at a human pace, you become more present with people. You hear what they are actually saying instead of preparing your next response. You notice subtleties, tone, expression, pauses, that rushed interaction erases. Connection deepens because attention is no longer fragmented. Creativity expands in this slower rhythm as well. Ideas need space to form. Insight often arrives during quiet moments, not during frantic effort. When you allow yourself that space, solutions appear that force could never produce. There is courage in trusting your pace, especially in a world that glorifies speed. It means accepting that you may not look impressive to others, that your progress may be invisible for long periods, that your path may not fit common narratives of success. But it also means building something sustainable, something real. You begin to notice that urgency was often self-created. Many deadlines were flexible, many fears exaggerated, many pressures internalized. By stepping out of that cycle, you reclaim authority over your time and energy. The Stoics would remind you that your life is not measured by how quickly you moved, but by how wisely you lived. A calm step in the right direction carries more value than frantic movement in circles. Speed impresses, but steadiness endures. Over time, anxiety softens because you are no longer fighting the tempo of your own existence. You wake without the immediate sense of being behind. You work without the constant feeling of being chased. You rest without guilt. Even uncertainty becomes easier to tolerate because you trust your ability to handle it at your pace. And perhaps the most liberating realization appears quietly. There was never a universal speed you were supposed to match. There was only the rhythm that allows you to remain clear, grounded, and alive. You start to move like someone who knows they will arrive, not because they are rushing, but because they are consistent. Step by step, breath by breath, day by day. In that steady movement, freedom replaces pressure. Presence replaces panic. Life stops feeling like something you must survive and starts feeling like something you can inhabit fully. And anxiety, finding no urgency left to feed on, slowly fades into the background, replaced by a calm that feels as natural as your own heartbeat. And as you begin to move at the pace that truly belongs to you, another restless habit becomes visible, the constant urge to mentally fast forward your life, to skip the present and jump ahead to outcomes, to resolutions, to imagined versions of yourself who have already figured everything out. It feels productive, even comforting at times, like rehearsing safety. But in truth, it pulls you out of the only place where life is actually happening. The mind fast forwards because it believes the future holds relief. Relief from uncertainty, from discomfort, from unanswered questions. So it rushes ahead, trying to preview what hasn't unfolded yet. But this preview is never neutral. It fills the unknown with worst-case scenarios, unfinished fears, and imagined responsibilities. Anxiety is born in that gap between what is happening and what the mind insists on anticipating. You may notice how often you do this without realizing it. During a quiet moment, your thoughts leap years ahead. During a conversation, you drift into future consequences. Even during rest, your mind simulates tomorrow's problems as if preparing for a storm that may never come. The present becomes merely a waiting room for a future that does not yet exist. The Stoics warned against this habit. They believed that suffering multiplies when you experience pain in advance. A single difficulty becomes dozens when rehearsed repeatedly in the mind. By trying to live tomorrow today, you rob yourself of the strength you would naturally have when tomorrow actually arrives. There is also exhaustion in carrying events that haven't happened. Your nervous system cannot distinguish clearly between real threats and imagined ones. It reacts to both with tension, vigilance, and fatigue. So, mentally fast-forwarding keeps your body in a state of constant preparation, as if danger is always approaching. Ending this habit begins with recognizing how unnecessary it is. The future will arrive on its own, without your mental supervision. Whatever skills, courage, or clarity you need will be present when the moment demands them. You have handled every past challenge without pre-living it in detail. The same will be true for what lies ahead. When you stop fast-forwarding, time feels fuller. Ordinary moments regain depth because your attention is no longer divided. You taste your food instead of eating mechanically. You hear silence instead of filling it with projections. You notice small details, light through a window, the sound of breathing, the rhythm of your own steps, that were invisible when your mind was elsewhere. Patience becomes easier too. Waiting no longer feels like wasted time because you are actually present during it. You stop needing life to hurry just so your thoughts can catch up with your expectations. The Stoics practiced returning their attention to what was directly in front of them: the task at hand, the person in the room, the breath moving in and out. This grounded them in reality instead of possibility. It gave them stability in uncertain times because they were not scattered across imagined futures. You may find that fear loses intensity when you stay with the present. Most fears depend on projection. They require you to step outside now and into what might happen. Without that projection, fear has little to attach to. It fades like a shadow when the light shifts. There is also humility in allowing life to unfold at its own pace, accepting that you do not need to know everything in advance. That uncertainty is not a failure, but a condition of being human. Control loosens, and with it, the tension that control requires. Relationships deepen as well. When you are not mentally elsewhere, people feel your presence. Conversations become real exchanges instead of background noise. You respond authentically instead of through rehearsed expectations. You begin to trust yourself more. Not the version of you that plans endlessly, but the version that adapts in real time. The one who has already survived uncertainty countless times. Confidence grows not from predicting the future, but from knowing you can meet it. Over time, the urge to fast forward weakens. You still think about the future when necessary, but you no longer live there. Your mind returns home more easily. You become someone who inhabits the day instead of waiting for it to pass. And something quietly beautiful emerges. A sense that life is not a problem to solve ahead of time, but an experience to participate in as it unfolds. Each moment becomes sufficient on its own, not just a bridge to something else. The Stoics believe that peace lives in the present because it is the only place untouched by regret or anticipation. When you anchor yourself there, anxiety loses its stage. There is no future to rehearse, no outcome to chase, no script to follow. Just this breath, this step, this moment. And in that simplicity, the pressure dissolves. The rushing mind slows. The need to know fades. You stop trying to skip ahead in a story that was never meant to be rushed. You are here, fully, quietly, enough. And for the first time in a long time, that is not something you are waiting to get past. It is something you are finally allowed to live.